Наша цель ясна. Она не изменилась. Мы расширяем границы науки, чтобы предоставить лекарственные препараты, способные изменить жизнь. В наши дни наука развивается как никогда быстро. Не отставать и держаться на равных – непростая задача. Мы должны продолжать добиваться новых результатов. Оставаться лидером. С помощью нашей коммерческой деятельности, с помощью нашего бренда. Вот из чего мы созданы. Сила научных достижений.
Мы Янсен. Каждое утро мы просыпаемся для того, чтобы сделать возможным то, что еще вчера казалось невероятным. Мы прокладываем путь туда, куда другие боятся смотреть. Изучаем и воссоздаем сам код жизни, чтобы лечить, помогать, исцелять. Мы открываем двери для сотрудничества, а умы и сердца для пациентов, чтобы наши успехи в лабораториях спасали жизни. Мы создаем инновации в лекарственной терапии и делаем их доступными для всего мира. Мы Янсен, фармацевтические компании Джонсон и Джонсон. Это наша жизнь и мечта, в которую мы верим. Мы будем использовать науку для борьбы с заболеваниями, изобретать, как помочь тем, кто нуждается в помощи, исцелять безнадежность человеческим теплом до тех пор, пока самые тяжелые заболевания не останутся лишь на страницах истории. Янсен. Создаем будущее, где заболевания останутся в прошлом.
It is the future that calls us, our history that forms us, passion that drives us for doing now what patients need next. Together as one, we pursue a better tomorrow. An ever-forward evolution of discoveries across boundaries, among partners, beyond failures, around the world. There are countless reasons why we do what we do every single day. But at the core, it is about our most precious gift: life. Life in all its beauty and its complexity. Life as moments to be experienced, shared and remembered. Life as possibilities beyond the horizon. Life transformed by science, from despair to hope. In 2021, we come together to celebrate where we have been, what we're doing, and where we'll go next. To celebrate 125 years. To celebrate all of us. To celebrate the future. We come together to celebrate life.
We are here together to celebrate life.
Каждые 2 секунды у кого-то в мире диагностируется рак. Это не просто статистика, это близкие нам люди. Поэтому нет ничего более срочного или более личного, чем наша цель.
It's not just a statistics. We are to find the ways to cure from this disease, but no one can do it on his own. That's why we work to apply the scientific-based evidence, and we support rights and liabilities for those who are fighting with cancer. We work with the ministries of healthcare to provide with medications for those who really needs that, but still there are lots of things to do. Cancer takes away lots of lives every year. That's why we should join all our efforts. In order to find the ways to win the cancer, all of us should join their efforts.
Караганда.
Here is Karaganda city. Here is the roundabout for the different highways, and it takes one of the leading places in our country. And right here, there was the very first enterprise producing contemporary high-tech biomedications, Karaganda Pharmaceutical Complex. To establish this plant, more than $100 million were invested. We are the first one producing medications in aseptic terms and conditions. We confirm all our production processes with the GMP. As a result, we established our enterprise, Karaganda Pharmaceutical Complex. We perform transfer of technologies and production of biotech medications to treat such social important diseases like gynecology, diabetes, arthritis, and many others. Such medications that have never produced here before. For the first time in Kazakhstan, there is a production of the preliminary field syringes production. We work according to the GMP, and the shop is equipped with a contemporary equipment enabling us to produce high-quality medications.
В 2015 году у нас основана испытательная лаборатория отдела контроля качества. В нее входят физико-химическая лаборатория, микробиологическая лаборатория, и единственная в республике биохимическая лаборатория, выполняющая анализы биотехнологических препаратов.
Мы производим биотехнологические инъекционные лекарственные средства, требующие особых условий при хранении, производстве, транспортировке и контроле качества. В связи с этим нами выстроена фармацевтическая система качества на требуемом уровне для обеспечения населения качественными, безопасными и эффективными лекарствами.
Наш современный фармацевтический склад оснащен холодильными камерами для хранения лекарственных препаратов со специальным температурным режимом и морозильными камерами для хранения активных фармацевтических субстанций и вакцин. Датчики контроля взаимодействуют с центральной диспетчерской службой. Это позволяет осуществлять круглосуточный контроль температурного режима, мгновенно реагируя на любые изменения. Транспортировка наших лекарственных средств осуществляется валидированными авторефрижераторами. Мониторинг безопасности препаратов ведется и после его доставки.
Процессы производства поддерживаются инженерными системами мирового уровня. Системы электроснабжения, теплоснабжения, водоподготовки и воздухотехники обеспечивают безаварийную работу предприятия.
В нашей компании работают высококвалифицированные специалисты. Для повышения уровня профессиональной подготовки сотрудников на предприятии реализуется четко организованный план по развитию и обучению. Мы взаимодействуем с крупнейшими медицинскими вузами страны для подготовки молодых кадров.
Миссия нашей компании – обеспечение населения нашей страны безопасными, эффективными и доступными лекарствами.
Наша приоритетная задача – это сохранить и приумножить здоровье нации, создавать рабочие места и быть активным участником развития своей страны. Быть лучшими не только в Казахстане, но и за его пределами.
We could talk about our company using key facts and figures. We can tell you that today we're around 5,000 people worldwide, with 4 production and 4 research and development sites. And that we sell our medicines in over 100 countries. We could also tell you that our annual turnover is over 3 billion euros. And that last year, we dedicated more than 445 million euros to research and development for new and innovative treatments. While these are all important and illustrate how strong we are, the quality of our research, the efficacy of our treatments, and our global footprint, they don't capture what's really important to us. It's patients who inspire us to get up every morning. Patients living with cancer, rare diseases, and neurological disorders. It's Ronnie, Janice, Diana, Nadine, Misha, Yugan, and Steve. Working in partnership with the healthcare community, we aim to support them and their families throughout their entire journey. That's what's really important to us. Improving patients' lives. We are relentless about making a difference. At Ipsen, we focus together for patients and society.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you on behalf of the organizing committee of this Eurasian Summit on Modern Approach in Management of Gynecological Tumors. I first of all give my special thanks to the invited speakers. We have lots of well-known professors from Spain, and also would like to welcome you, our most valuable colleagues. Today we are going to talk about technological advancement in the era of radiation therapy, which is, as we all know, probably all of us are here, radiation oncologist has a major role in the management of gynecological cancers together with the surgery. So I'm opening the session.
Thank you very much. Доброе утро.
Good morning. I will speak Russian. So welcome to our session. I'm hopeful that we will be able to host more people so that extra chairs be pulled. So the first presentation will be delivered by Professor Parlak Jem. So we have a very experienced doctor who worked in a number of countries, and he now with the Oncology University in Almaty, and he applies Radizak, and he will talk about the role of tomotherapy in treatment of the gynae cancer.
Okay, can we see the slides, please?
Следующий экран что-то.
Yeah. Again, good morning, my friends. Today I'm going to talk about the role of helical tomotherapy in the management of gynecological cases. I will start with a brief introduction about the gynecological cases, underline some importance of a critical role of radiation therapy in the management of gynecological cancer in various settings, and the historical perspective of how radiation oncology developed and advanced, including those in gynecological malignancies. And then I will move on to my topic, that unique features of tomotherapy that distinguishes it from other modalities, other advanced technologies. And finally, I will try to summarize the current published literature about the use of adjuvant or definitive radiotherapy and post application after external beam radiation therapy, or whole abdominal radiation, which we actually do not use currently in the ovarian cancer. As we all know, every year millions of people are affected by, including those in Kazakhstan, affected by the gynecological cancers, and our aim was always been to try to find an effective and innovative treatment options to increase patients' outcomes and quality of life. Despite significant advancement in the treatment, with the incidence and the mortality rates are still disappointing. And together with the surgery and in some cases chemotherapy or systematic treatments, radiation therapy has a critical role in the management of gynecological cases, and it helps by helping to achieve a cure or provide palliative care. And in fact, it's, as we all know, it's required in a significant percentage of our cases. And to achieve, and the primary aim of radiation therapy, as we all know, to give the precise radiation dose to the target and try to spare at the same time the critical normal tissues. So in this journey, in such a survey, actually, radiotherapy has came a long way from simple 2D treatment modalities with no imaging guidance to most sophisticated tools that we are now using, IGRT or SBRTs. So numerous studies and their systematic reviews and meta-analysis has consistently showed that IMRT, intensity modulated radiation therapy, has a superior dosimetric advantages over 2D or 3D radiation therapy techniques by improving dose distribution, better target coverage, or enhanced organ at risk sparing, and thus leading to reduced toxicity with simultaneously with the improved clinical outcomes. In the light of this dosimetrical data showing the advantages of intensity modulated radiation therapy, it's reflection on the clinical practice was also started to be studied, researched. For example, in this study, which is the first clinical data of IMRT applications in the gynecological cases, 15 cervical or endometrial cancer patients were treated with IMRT for whole pelvis radiation are compared with the conventional whole pelvis irradiation. And the aim was to cover the target and minimize radiation to the critical organs like small bowel, bladder, and rectum. And the results showed that IMRT plans provided excellent coverage of target structure with high conformity and sparing of nearby healthy tissues. And the treatment was well tolerated, and IMRT was superior, significantly superior than the conventional methods in terms of grade 2 gastrointestinal toxicity. It was also superior in genitourinary toxicity, but the difference was not significant. And numerous others following this study, lots of other trials, including those of RTOG trials and multi-center prospective randomized trials, all of them consistently show that IMRT improves the toxicity data without interfering the active output on of the patients. And in this meta-analysis of collecting all the clinical data, also it was shown that without interfering the survival data of the patients, IMRT was improved the toxicity, our toxicity data, the toxicity outcomes. And as the technology and our understanding about our radiotherapy continue to advance, by the need to further improve the precision, the efficiency and effectiveness of cancer treatment, an advanced form of IMRT, namely VMAT or ARC treatment, was established and developed, and which actually everybody knows gives a continuous arc around the patient while delivering the treatment. And it is also dosimetrically compared with the IMRT, conventional IMRT. Now we are talking about the name as conventional for our developed advanced method. In this meta-analysis for gynecological settings, it was shown that VMAT appeared to be more protective for the rectum and maybe the preferable treatment options for IMRT for patients with than IMRT for patients with cervical cancer. All the dosimetrical data was superior in the VMAT option. And as the advancement in the these are just, by the way, the brief introduction. These all topics will be in detailed in the following sections in this session. Advancement in the imaging technologies have facilitated our understanding of our previous larger margins and integration of image guidance with the IMRT. The use of IGRT helped us to minimize the uncertainties in the patient positioning and organ motion, which allows us for a small PTV margins. Furthermore, smaller PTV margins, together with the personalized treatment planning or adaptive facilities, enabled us to deliver higher radiation doses to the tumor while minimizing the toxicity. And in this, I will quickly overview this meta-analysis. It shows the importance of IGRT, probably it will be in detail in the following sections. This article showed that we have now able to simultaneously search our motion uncertainties or setup uncertainties during or before the treatment, and we can modify our targets, our PTV margins accordingly, and by the anisotropic margins and individualized PTVs and adaptive IGRT strategies, we are more powerful than before. And adaptive treatment, adaptive radiotherapy, lots of adaptive radiotherapy strategies have been employed in the external beam radiation therapy, including those personalized internal target volumes, offline replanning, like scheduled replanning or plan of the day method, and now currently we will also discuss today on with the advancement of the technology in integration of MRI or COM-beam CT technology, improvement in the COM-beam CT technologies. We can even online follow the changes in the motion of the target because of the we can easily change it, follow it. And so far, IGRT has improved radiotherapy accuracy and effectiveness, paving the way for advanced technologies like helical tomotherapy that I'm going to speak now. Combining the IMRT and the IGRT benefits, it offers in theory that precise conformal radiation therapy. Now I'm quickly go overview of the historical, the story of the development of tomotherapy. The concept was first developed by a physicist, professor of a radiation oncology physicist, and after 2002, with the first patients being treated and FDA approval of the technology, it started also an evolutionary series as shown in the chronological order in this. So, and finally, with the acquisition of the company, with the Accuray, the ability of radiosurgery capabilities are increased with integration of real-time tumor, real-time motion tracking system, namely Synchrony and ClearRT helical KVCT technology. And its largest treatment field, ultra-fast binary MLC structure, advanced IGRT capabilities and automatic adaptive treatment options are making the tomotherapy different than the other LINAC technologies. If we go over this in a few slides, these unique features, unlike the treatment field of 40 by 40 in the conventional C-arm LINACs, the technological structural design of tomotherapy allows the treatment of 360-degree continuously while the patient moves inside the gantry, which allows us to treat at 40 by 135 centimeter extended field. So it's now able, tomotherapy can easily treat larger or longer treatment fields to targets easily, as it's seen in these figures like craniospinal, whole bone marrow irradiation, or whole abdominal irradiation. And with the ultra-fast binary MLC beam modulation, which is unique for tomotherapy, the non-flattened fan-shaped beams are, the intensity of the non-flattened fan-shaped beams are efficiently modulated laterally by 22 pairs of fastly closing and opening pneumatically driven binary fashion, in a binary fashion, which is actually as quick as nearly 50% of the most current conventional or not the conventional C-arm design MLCs. And which, by the way, enables us its structural design and its rapidity enables us to spare even critical structures within the target, as you see on the video on the left. It is, of course, it is also possible to do this in other advanced technology Linux, but it is more easier, and actually we will show in the later articles I will show you it's better than the sparing is better than the others. And for example, it is as you all know, it's nearly impossible to block in the middle of the our radiation field with conventional MLC design. So if, for example, as it is clearly demonstrated in a striking illustration, if you were to create a dose distribution resembling the Marie Curie's phase, helical tomotherapy is capable of delivering higher resolution with more intricate details compared with the other advanced technologies. And also, I have to tell about the real CT integration. It's because it is for everyday diagnostic quality of CT imaging. It was used for immobilization and alignment of the fast and accurate alignment of our treatment positions, which enables us fewer normal tissue complications, better patients, and leading to a better patient outcome. And the radiation doses delivered in this way, trying to scan every day image guidance is nearly less than 20 times less than the other Combeam CT facilities. And as you can see, the image quality is nearly the same as the planning CT, KV diagnostic planning CT images. These images can also be used for adaptive replanning, as we all every day monitor the tumor volumes and anatomical changes throughout the course of the treatment. It also has a artificially intelligence software to modify treatment accordingly. And now let's delve further into the dosimetric and clinical researches of helical tomography. If these theoretical technological advantages are visible in the current life, real life. And these, list of studies, if you briefly look at them, all these studies consistently show that there is a potential advantages of tomotherapy for the treatment of cervical and endometrial cancer, with promising dosimetric improvements, effectiveness, and which leads to reduced toxicity and overall clinical benefits. One study that stands out is an intra-individual comparison of helical tomotherapy versus conventional IMRT for primary chemoradiation of local advanced cervical cancer patients. Showed that both techniques, conventional IMRT or the helical tomotherapy patients, showed the excellent tumor target coverage and small bowel sparing. But helical tomotherapy outperformed the conventional IMRT in most of the dosimetrical parameters, but with a disadvantage of higher integral doses, which means low volume of low dose receiving low doses of radiation, which might give us remind us the risk of stochastic effects. And other studies also compared helical tomotherapy IMRT with various advanced technologies, including VMATs, even with the proton treatments, and the results show that all these treatment techniques can achieve excellent tumor coverage or homogeneity. But tomotherapy outperformed IMRT techniques in target conformity, homogeneity, and sparing of small bowels to higher doses, which we experienced during the treatment as acute side effects. But conventional IMRT has again consistently showed that decreases has the advantage of low small doses, and proton therapy is best actually. It also gives the best sparing of small bowel and rectum, but VMAT also shows as shorter treatment times. And if we try to see if these advantages are translated to the clinical advantage, for the cervical cancer, as we can see in this table, these studies try to report radiation doses, toxicity data, long-term survival, and effectiveness of tomotherapy in cervical cancer. In these studies, all the 6 studies I showed in the table. These studies, papers demonstrated that helical tomotherapy is generally well tolerated with low rates of grade 3 or higher toxicity reported in most studies. And in terms of long-term survival, it was found to be comparable with the other technologies, with better toxicity results. And also it enables us in this study, now let's look at the specific role of helical tomography for simultaneous integrated boost for dose escalation in cervical cancers. All patients, 40 patients with locally and regionally advanced gynecology cases received the normal standard doses of radiation therapy, but simultaneously they delineated the boost volume of the involvement sites of pelvic or para-aortic lymph nodes, which has been dissected in nearly 29 of the 40 patients. And they tried to, by the way, the radiation was given with concomitantly with the cisplatin, and nearly all patients received also brachytherapy after the chemoradiation, and the results showed that concept of simultaneous integrated boost for dose escalation in patients with cervical cancer was feasible with a low rate of acute gastrointestinal and genitourinary toxicity, and then all patients underwent, by the way, curettage 3 months after the treatment for evaluation of the results, responses, and confirmed nearly in all patients a complete response. And I will move to another subject. As we all know, brachytherapy, place of brachytherapy cannot be replaced with any technology till now. But in cases where brachytherapy is not feasible, like technically feasible, or in countries or clinics where brachytherapy cannot be reached or accessible, we try to seek boost doses with our advanced technologies like IMRT or SBRT. These studies show that IMRT or SBRT may provide an acceptable alternative to brachytherapy for gynecology in various settings of gynecological oncology. And the role of tomotherapy in this setting is first evaluated by a case report, single case report of a locally advanced cervical cancer patients with large uterine myomas, which was technically not allowing the clinicians to do implantation. And it was shown, the case report concluded that it was actually can be replaced, can be used instead of brachytherapy. The results are nearly the same with the brachytherapy. And following this single case report, tomotherapy was, as an alternative to brachytherapy, was further investigated, and this study focused on the use of SBRT with helical tomotherapy for the treatment of cervical cancer patients who are not suitable for brachytherapy. They delivered, besides conventional definitive dose of chemoradiation, in 5 to 9 fractions, totally 16 to 27 gray boost doses. And the results, most patients had tumor control and approach was effective, and 7 out of 9 patients were still under control at the time of publication. And it was concluded that SBRT with helical tomography is a safe and effective treatment option for cervical cancer patients who are, I should underline this, it cannot replace the brachytherapy, but who are not unsuitable for brachytherapy. Also, it was retrospectively had compared with the brachytherapy. Again, in the cases where brachytherapy is not feasible or not accessible. It was nearly, all the results were nearly the same, comparable with brachytherapy and the helical tomotherapy-driven boost doses. Now, from now on, I will talk briefly about the role of radiation therapy in the ovarian cancer, which actually is not a favorable option for cases with ovarian cancer. As we all know, role of radiation therapy in ovarian cancer treatment is a controversial issue. In the past, before the start of the chemotherapy regimens, it was accepted as the only adjuvant treatment to the surgery, and the tumor was radiosensitive, and 30 gray of anterior-posterior or posterior-anterior two-field irradiation with renal shielding was actually enough for most of the patients. It was very toxic at that time, and conventional whole abdominal radiation caused severe side effects, mostly myelosuppression and gastrointestinal toxicity. And the advancement of the chemotherapy provided high response rates, similar response rates, and better overall survival, but less toxicity. So, as a result, radiation therapy started to lose its popularity as an adjuvant treatment option. And also, whole abdominal radiation was also, at that time, was also considered for the consolidation. The role of consolidation was tried to be searched after the complete remission following surgery and chemotherapy regimens. And studies, lots of studies, numerous studies with conflicting results has showed contradictory outcomes, but a recent randomized trial by Sorbe suggested the potential benefit of whole abdominal radiation therapy in advanced ovarian carcinoma cases with complete pathological remissions after adjuvant chemotherapy as a consolidation regimen, and it improved the rates of recurrences, progression-free survival, and overall survival. And IMRT, as our technology increased, IMRT was also considered to be used as a consolidation regimen. In this respect, there are two important randomized trials, like OVAR IMRT1 and OVAR IMRT2. In OVAR IMRT1, it was the first trial of IMRT consolidation therapy in advanced ovarian cancers. 7 patients were treated with helical tomotherapy IMRT, and the 3 was with step and shoot techniques. Totally 30 gray in 1.5 gray fractions were delivered to the cases after complete response. The treatment was well tolerated with no severe grade 4 acute side effects. And following the good results, favorable results from OVAR IMRT, the second trial was established, in which all cases in a multi-center single-arm phase 2 trial, 20 patients with FIGO stage 2 ovarian cancer treated with whole abdominal radiation therapy by using helical tomotherapy for all patients with cytoreductive, maximal cytoreductive surgery with postoperative residual tumor less than 1 centimeter, followed by chemotherapy. And the results was in the latest clinical results of this study showed that all patients completed the treatment and nearly 50% of them lived and followed up for at least 26 months, and the treatment was well tolerated. Survival advantages was good, but I should, as a radiation oncologist, should underline this fact that the role of adjuvant or consolidation radiotherapy, even with the most sophisticated technology, is not yet included in the latest treatment guidelines and should be considered carefully. And this is the final slide of mine, and I thank you for your attentions, and I hope you will not be showing such image to the speakers in the throughout the session. And we will accept questions, by the way, after the all speakers speak.
Мы вопросы будем задавать в конце сессии, если вы все согласны, когда мы все.
Thank you very much. We are going to have Q&A session after the session.
In Madrid, in our institution, we have the huge experience with chemotherapy treatment, and this is a great machine, of course. It is permit to treat different localizations with low toxicity. Thank you. Следующий спикер у нас госпожа
And the next speaker is Miss Escarlata Lopez, who arrived from Spain. She is a medical director of Genesis Spain. She is a professor of Granada University and professor of Medical University in Madrid. She has an extensive experience in the radiation therapy. All her life, she was providing the treatment of the brain tumors and smaller tumors, covering it with radiotherapy. Carlota.
Sharing this time with me. I hope to let you know 3 important concepts. The first is that we are reaching better survival in our patients, so we are going to treat more metastases in these patients, and we can do it in a radical way. This is a very important issue. In oligometastatic patients, we can offer a long survival with our technologies. And fortunately, we have a lot of new devices that are fantastic to treat these patients. Chemotherapy, new generation LINACs, CyberKnife, protons, and also magnetic resonance LINAC. And I'm going to show you the results of some group of patients in our institution. For example, adrenal metastasis. Can you listen to me? I don't know if you prefer I sit down or standing. I'm going to sit down. Okay. Next slide. I can pass you. We are going to start with experiencing adrenal and renal metastasis. In our institution, we have treated with this technique, stereotactic body radiotherapy or stereotactic ablative radiotherapy. They are both the same terms. And it is a very attractive technique because it's a non-invasive and outpatient therapy. They can be treated in a very short times, and they can be at home also. And as you know, surgery has been the standard of care for these pathologies with a very good 2-year survival. Almost 50% of the patients are alive, but with some inconvenience. For example, complications, 12%, 0.5, and then mortality, because in the surgery room you can have complications. And I think this is one of the advantages of SBRT, that is less invasive and with less complications and less mortality. So when we can't offer this, when surgery can't be offered to patients with bilateral tumors or with some chronic pathology that make not possible the surgery, this is the moment where we can offer the SBRT treatments for these patients. And I should say that although these are not the best group of patients, we can obtain a very good results. So at the same time, we can see in the autopsies a lot of adrenal metastases, and we are not treating all of them. We should be in the MDTs pushing and defending that we can treat our patients with this technique, with SBRT, because now it is underused. Well, in our group, we are going to, we have treated 25 lesions in 23 patients, using different devices, as I have said before, Linux, CyberKnife, tomotherapy. We haven't started yet with magnetic resonance Linux because it is going to be ready next June. I hope to tell you our results next year with this device. And we have contouring the gross tumor volume, the clinical target volume, and also it's important that the surgeons collaborate with us and they put clips, because sometimes the margins are positive, and we can offer this technique also for the patients with these positive margins. And also we are creating an internal tumor volume, because the organs are moving due to we are breathing, and the planning target volume 3 to 5 millimeters. The organ at risk are spine, bowel, gastric, duodenum, and both kidneys also. This is an example with a LINAC, a new generation LINAC dosimetry for adrenal metastasis, where you can see that we are in the pink line, we are covering perfectly the adrenal metastasis, and we are sparing the rest of organs. And this is another example with a CyberKnife, the robotic LINAC, and this is a adrenal metastasis also. And the difference is with the LINAC, you can treat the patient in 8 minutes, and with the CyberKnife you need a little more time. With the new generation CyberKnife, you can treat the patients in only 15 minutes. So the survival at 2 years is quite good, it's 60% at 2 years, and we have 4 therapeutic clinical factors that are very important for these results. For example, patients with previous chemotherapy, they have better results, perhaps because we are avoiding the micrometastasis. Also, the number of SBRT is important, because when we administer less fractions is better, because the doses are higher. So the prescribed dose is important also, and the lesion of the volume. Our local control at 6 months is very high. 87% of patients are under control. The treatment response was complete almost in the 75% of the patients. They are followed with CT scans. The overall survival at 2 years is 60%. And well, the patients treated with lower total radiation dose, but with a higher dose per fraction is better. So if you, instead of giving 8 fractions 7.2 grays, you should give 3 fractions with more dose, okay? This is much better. And previous chemotherapy and surgery is better also to combine treatments, and the biological equivalent dose should be higher than 100 gray. Well, we have treated the majority of them with 60 grade, and 5 fractions was the median. The volume is not very huge tumor, 14 centimeters, cubical centimeters. I have told you the biological dose is higher than 100 gray, and the alpha beta that we have considered is 10 for all our lesions. This is a table, just the majority of patients were men. The age is 60 or 61 years old. The primary tumor are lung, esophagus, kidney, colon, breast, adrenal, but we are going to have more gynecological patients with this metastasis. And surgery, this is a summary of the biological equivalent dose, the prescribed dose, the dose per fraction. So when we use more than 10 gray per fraction, it's much better. And we have, I have told you before, the local control, the follow-up, the treatment response, and the disease-free survival is quite high. The toxicity is quite low. When we are treating right adrenal gland, only gastric discomfort, diarrhea, and only one patient with a duodenal ulcer. Duodenal is a very important organ as we to control. With the left adrenal gland, we have dorsolumbar pain because we have the nerve, the plexus, and nausea. And of course, when we are treating bilateral one, dorsolumbar pain also. And with kidney, we haven't got any side effects. So messages about adrenal and renal metastasis. Ultra hypofractionation regimens with very higher doses per fractions are very good treatments in these tumors. And it is a minimally invasive and outpatient treatment, so it's very convenient for our patients. And talking for spine malignant lesions, these are very frequent. The 40 to 7% of patients are going to have a spine metastasis during the evolution of their pathologies. The symptoms quite be pain and also medullary compression. So this can decrease the quality of life of our patients. It's very important to treat these patients. And with this stereotactic body radiotherapy and at dose escalation, we can minimize the. It's important because although we think they are palliative patients, we can improve their quality of life, and also the pain control is faster than with conventional radiotherapy. So we have treated 25 patients in this way with 43 radiosurgery treatments. The most important place is dorsal metastasis, and we are administering 27 grays in 3 fractions. And to evaluate the pain relief, we are using the visual analog scale, 0 to 10. This is the table with the characteristic of the series. The majority of them are men, 60 or 56 years old is the median, and the majority of them, they haven't got visceral metastasis, but when they have, they are lung, cerebral nodes, multiple locations. And the pathology is breast, prostate, lung, colorectal, but as I have told you before, gynecology is going to be the same. This is repeated, sorry. So I'm going to show you some examples. For example, this is in a cervical or dorsal lumbar, dorsal cervical vertebrae. Almost 3 are compromised. Now, with these precise and accurate techniques, we can treat three vertebrae. This is another example in a cervical one. Another one for a lumbar vertebra. Always that you can leave. You shouldn't contour all the vertebra. You should leave one part of the vertebra free. And this is another one in 2 vertebrae. And this is interesting. Also, we can treat intramedular lesions with this precise device, with the cyberknife. And the messages are that robotic spine SBRT is feasible, is well tolerated, and it is going to improve the quality of life of our patients. Only 1 patient have a grade 3 dermatitis, which is not important because we can cure them with treatments. And the reduction of pain is very important and very significant. In 1 week, the patients are going to improve the pain, and the total dose of that we should deliver is in a very few fractions and more than 9 grays per fractions. And that's all from my part, and I hope to show you next year the results with the new device, with the device. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Escarlata. She actually summarized in a good words our ability, new emerging ability in our discipline. You know, in the past we were not able to treat adrenal metastases or different metastases, and now we are in the era of oligometastatic cases. The role of radiosurgery is very important, and thank you for this great presentation. Now we are moving to our next topic, to a very well-known professor of radiation oncology in this country. No, yours. Oh, Carlos.
I think Carlos.
What do you want? Okay.
Because we changed.
Okay. It's yours. You said that we are early with the program. Can you introduce yourself?
Carlos Sandin, это наш давний друг.
So Carlos Sandin is our old friend who is with Electa, who is the medical physicist and has extensive experience, and he actually laid the foundation for a number of new technologies, and he now works with the boosters that appeared with the magnetic resonance therapy. I think you've started some 10 years back. Yes. Some 10 years back, and this technology is now becoming more and more popular, and I think that one day you'll have it as well.
It is there, huh? Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much, Maya, for the introduction.
Карлос очень хорошо говорит по-русски.
Carlos speaks Russian very well. Yes, indeed, I do speak, but I will have a presentation in English because there are technical terms. But if you would have some questions now or later, I can speak Russian, but my slides are in English, and actually I've been using English lately, so my apologies for speaking English now. So the topic of my presentation. Okay, I started in English, in Russian, sorry.
Anyway, so I would like to introduce you to an emerging technology that is actually being expanding rapidly in the last basically 3-4 years, and that is called MR-guided adaptive radiotherapy. And in particular, of course, I'm going to talk about the Elekta solution for this technology, which is the Elekta Unity. As I was told, I'm a physicist, so I maybe will not talk too much.
No signal.
Sorry?
No signal. No signal.
It's not there? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
It was just working.
Сейчас нету сигнала. Вы, по-моему, наоборот поменяли. Нормально?
Just a moment. Let's start again. I apologize for the inconveniences. It's just that I have a number of videos on the presentation that they were not working with the other system, so I had to use my own computer for this. We can do something. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not recognizing.
No problem. No problem.
Okay. Now we are there. Nice.
Expand the screen.
That was a picture from Spain, by the way. El Campello. So, nice. Yeah, then we can continue, sorry. So, magnetic resonance MR-guided adaptive radiation therapy. I was looking in literature and I found this long definition of what is this about. And it's the possibility to use MR imaging before, during, and after the treatment delivery, facilitating a direct visualization of both tumor and soft tissue, organ at risk around. And also the visualization of the motion of this tumor, of these tissues during the treatment. This allows, of course, a non-invasive, and I'm pointing these terms, tumor tracking and the gating of the delivery. The second part, or we say even the first part, is that daily you will have the possibility to adapt the plan to the conditions of the anatomy of the patients on that day. And we will talk and repeat this in the presentation several times. The importance of being able to see, and not only to see, to take action upon what you see at the moment of the treatment. So that is what this technology is about. A little bit of a short video, how it is made. Again, I am talking about the Elekta solution. It's a combination of something that I cannot show now. Yeah, it's a combination of a diagnostic quality MR imaging system and a linear accelerator. Something that in the beginning thought it was impossible to combine for obvious physics reasons, noise, magnetic field, etc. But it became possible with some clever design solutions. So you have an accelerator system that rotates around the MR imaging system in a way that the radiation beam actually passes through the MR system and reaches the patient in the ICU center. So that's the way that this system looks physically. Some technology details. The accelerator is a single energy, flattened filter free photon beam with a nominal of 7 MV energy. Standing wave accelerator, grid. This ring, this gantry ring, something that reminds the tomotherapy also approach. It uses a technology called slip ring. That means it can rotate non-stop in both directions. It's very quick. The delivery of an MRT here is like delivering VMAT because it rotates to the speed of up to 6 rotations per minute. The source axis distance is larger. This combination with the 7B has an importance for the dose distributions if we are talking about the interaction of the photons. And the isocenter accuracy is very precise, so it's for actually more than half of the patients that today go through therapy with this type of machine, they do actually SBRT or SRS. So it's for stereotactic treatments. And probably that will be the future in general. With a dose rate of 450. The MLC is based on the electric agility. It's a 160 leaf MLC. The field size is 57 centimeters wide and 22 centimeters long. That's important because in adaptive radiotherapy, we don't move the patient. We change that, let's say, conventional approach of SBRT, IGRT, the image-guided radiotherapy before conventional, in which you move the patient to the beam. No, what we do here, we move the radiation beam to the patient. So it's important to have such a wide field size so you can actually access any targets that are offset. And the 22, we come from some, of course, limitation physically that you cannot, let's say, get so much space in the MR image and keep at the same time the quality of the MR imaging. But state 22 is a pretty good size. And you can do most of the cases without any stitching or merging of fields. The MR system is something that we are proud of. Is an state-of-art 1.5 Tesla. Diagnostic quality, high homogeneity, sub-millimetric isotropic resolution, guaranteed geometric accuracy, less than 2 millimeters over all the field size, and a 50 centimeter field of view. All these parameters are very important because this is going to be used for treatment planning, for the dose calculation. So the calculation is done daily on MR images. Imaging ways. It comes with 5 different main imaging contrast methods, the T1 weighted, T2 weighted, well, they are on the screen, and diffusion weighted too. And I bring attention to that because that is what is going on, the exploration of using the possibilities of continuously explore the response of the tumor during the treatment and take this in account also during the adaptation of the plan. During the beam delivery, the system provides cine images in 3 planes with a frequency of 5 frames per second. So, and on the images, you will select which structure you would like to show. Let me activate my pointer here. So you can actually track visually, and the system also tracks automatically the position of the tumor, of the actual position of the tumor. And that can be used for the motion management, for instance, gating. Making the things easier for the user, the system comes with a library of protocols that has been optimized and categorized per anatomical structure according to experience. And this is a continuously development system. So every approximately 6-8 months, we update this because there is a consortium of hospitals that are dedicated to the optimization of these imaging protocols. And whatever they come with is spread is shared with the whole community. In the MR-guided adaptive radiotherapy, we have a concept that we call the care plan. That means it's not only the fractionation, the dose, the limits of the dose, etc., but it's also the imaging protocols that are going to be used, both for the adaptation of the plan and during the motion monitoring. So all this is part of the information that the system receives at the moment of the fraction. We already provide a set of positioning devices for the patient, and that's what I wanted to show. So it looks otherwise as an MR system. That's why with a 70 centimeter bore diameter and also a relative shorter length, 132, which is important because the patient will be here anything between 20 minutes and 1 hour. So less claustrophobia, less anxiety. And of course, it has all the other possibility, music, sound, light, etc., to make the treatment as comfortable as possible for the patient. All the operation is from something that we call the cockpit, or the treatment session manager. From here, all the procedures are done. All that can be done automatically are automatically. So after selection of the patient, it comes with the care plan, as I say, and all the information is loaded on the machine. The images are taken automatically. They are loaded on the treatment planning system. In the treatment planning system is when the heavy work happens, because although there's an automatic fusion, automatic transfer, that this is the moment when the doctor will be mostly involved. But slowly, with training, the users, this come back to the radiotherapist. And the doctor is only called when there is a change in the anatomy that will require a decision. No? And so all the control is streamlined. Now, we are talking about adapting the plan. So 2 main strategies has been developed for this, depending on what is the changes in the anatomy that we will see. If what we detect is basically translational errors, so we have the same tumor shape, that same CTV, or GTV, CTV, that just have moved inside the patient or in relation to the isocenter of the beam. So what we do is something called adapt to position, ATP. That's it. And it's a very fast and quick recalculation. Just move the MLC, move the beams to where the tumor is today, and go ahead. But if the change is more significant, because there is rotation, there is filling in the bladder that is pushing the rectum, is a change in the volume because the tumor has shrunk. So then the system will do a more complicated analysis, deformable registration, re-optimization of the plan according to the parameters that were set, DVH comparison, everything is done, and then that plan is saved and the delivery is done. So the workflow is in this way. First, we start with the same. A reference plan is created using maybe CT images, a combination of CT MR, or maybe only purely MR. That reference plan is the first that is sent with the patient. But at the treatment, it will start everything with the daily MR and the rigid registration. Decision is made here in which way we are going to go. If it is adapt to position, quick readaptation. If it is deformable, a little bit longer work, and then beam delivery. A fraction, stereotactic fraction of, let's say, 10 gray adapt to position, we take something like 20, 25 minutes. A more complicated deformable registration, etc., will take something in the order of 40 minutes. That includes all the imaging, so it includes the monitoring, and sometimes this includes an after imaging. So at the end of the delivery, another MR imaging. One question I used to get when we started with this is how long takes the imaging? We have images as fast as half a minute in breath hold that are used for gating. So very fast breath hold 3D images to something like 3-4 minutes or 4 or 5 minutes if it is a diffusion-weighted imaging. But this is done in an optimized way. So while I am working on this, I'm taking more images. So in parallel, I can take images and do other works. I can do delivery and take more images. So the workflow is optimized. That was technology, that was workflow. Let's talk about some clinical examples, which show actually the potential of this technology. This is actually one of the first cases treated in Utrecht, in the University Medical Center in Netherlands, Utrecht. A rectal cancer, T2N1, with clear tumor visibility in the MR. Perfect case for this technology. The CTV was about 6 centimeters on the reference image from the anal verge. As it was a first case, they treated a bit conventional margins. So they didn't try to shrink margins yet. They're just the same. The procedure was SBRT, 25 gray, 5 fractions, and the, of course, way to adapt is to shape. We have a lot of interacting organs here. The treatment was performed as planned, and after the treatment was delivered, they make an evaluation of what has happened. Look at the different images. Look at the difference in the anatomy between the days. So the way to take care of this normally is just increment margins. Now, they did an analysis if I would have used the same reference plan all the way to the last one. So no adaptation. In fraction 5, it was clear that part of the initial CTV was out of the radiation field, so they will be underdose. With the daily adaptation, this is automatically taken in account. So I made sure that I delivered the dose that I planned, intended. This patient was restaged 8 weeks after the treatment. It was a complete clinical response, and it was put in something that they call wait and see. Pancreas. Pancreas is immediately, I would say, is one of the targets of this technology is the improvement in the treatment of pancreas. I will talk about two stories here. This is from the Memorial Sloan Kettering Center. They have a pancreatic cancer program with Electra Unity. They are treating with SBRT, aggressive, so 50 grays in 5 fractions. They are applying abdominal compression, very pragmatic, to decrease the motion, but they are applying tighter margins. The objective is to decrease toxicity. So far, 10 patients were, this is actually a publication, 10 patients were treated, 7 of them they were unoperable, and no grade 2 toxicity. So very happy with the outcome. This is from another center, Medical College of Wisconsin. In this case, they were treating this pancreatic case after surgery. The initial plan was to give 25 gray in 5 fractions, adapt to shape, motion monitoring. That was before we had gating, so this is more like a visual monitoring of what is going on. No? This is actual images from the patient. And they apply something that is called isotoxic adaptive planning. That I was looking again for what is this, and this is about, you prescribe the dose limit to the organ at risk, but you give as much dose as you can to the target, to the tumor. How it is done with Electra Unity? Well, it's something that comes naturally, because every fraction you have a calculation of the plan. So you can actually accumulate what is the dose that is being given to the organ at risk. When they finished the 5th fraction, they detected that my organ at risk dose was well under the limit. So they could easily add another fraction and still keep the organ at limits under protection. And that's what they did. So isotoxics, I have seen already several cases applying this to, it's a more personalized way of applying. Sometimes even the dose of the day is changed if I see that I have the possibility to do it. So it's trying to increase local control, but at the same time maintaining low the side effects and the irradiation of the organ at risk. Prostate. What can bring this technology to prostate that we don't already have? Well, apparently there's still. This is a trial that is going on in Manchester, in the Christie Hospital, in which they are trying to spare more the neurovascular bundle and the internal pudendal arteries to preserve erectile dysfunction. So they are treating patients with a very carefully planning, using this arm, MR imaging daily, and saving or sparing these. This is one. Another, so one is about let's still improve the quality of life. The second is let's make the treatment more efficient, more productive. So actually, in the beginning I heard they were looking to actually treat prostate with one fraction. That's it. Apparently this is too much. They are treating with 2. But they are happy with the results. So 2 fractions. So yes, the time on the table is longer than the 15 minutes that we are now used, but the patient will come much less times. So the overall is a win also.
How much is it dose for
it's not here, Kim. I will look for the dose. I will guess something in the order of 10 gray, if no more.
10 gray?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, I think I had this number in my mind. The second thing is the possibility to treat more confident, or even something that you couldn't treat before because now you can see it. And you can see it and you can take action of that. And to treat this without invasive procedures. So yes, we treat SBRT of liver, but we put fiducials. We even put fiducials in the prostate. We put fiducials wherever we can put a fiducial, because otherwise we cannot actually track well the organ. Now, with the MR, you can actually see not just the organ, but the structure of the organ in the tumor inside the organ. So that's what you actually can do here. And this is, for instance, a case of liver tumor, which is hardly see in the, you can see in the planning more or less, but in a compensativa it would be almost impossible. But it's easy to see and track on this system. Oligometastasis. A case of a patient after prostate treatment that was detected, they made a PET because he had rising PSA levels, and they detected these tiny metastases. So they treated on the MR-Linac with SBRT, 35 grays in 5 fractions. Confidence, small margins, high precision. Well, I will pass this quickly. The other thing that we were talking in the beginning is the possibility, I'm not quite sure if this is already being done, but okay, is to adapt to the changes in the tumor due to shrinking or the opposite, if it is not responding. But the fact is that the information is there. The information is there. So you can see how 7 days after fraction 1, when it came, the tumor actually shrank. And this is clearly seen. So in principle, we could shrink already. And the use of the DWI at this stage is more investigation. So they are acquiring data. They are confirming that the MR system on the Unity provide, let's say, real good, trustable information. They compare sometimes this against, let's say, a 3 Tesla MR system, and they made a comparison. All has been going well, so they can see actually the biological response of the tumor to the treatment. Finally, a case of the topic that the conference is about, cervix. This is from the paper, so the quotations here are from this paper from the Christie Hospital. The standard treatment for cervical cancer there, locally advanced cervix cancer, is concurrent chemoradiotherapy, that was being explained a lot before, and followed with MR-guided foreplanning, so it's not a brachytherapy. Very good results, as they say in the paper, local control, 74%, 5 years, etc. But the toxicity can be high because we need to put margins, and the margins, takes this. So the idea is, can we use MR-guided for these cases and shrink our margins? Why not? We have very good visibility. This is the first, they have treated, at least at the moment of this slide that we say, they have 4 patients treated. You can see the changes, no? As you're giving the shrink, in the tumor. So they are applying tighter margins. And so far, no toxicity detected in bladder and bowel at annual follow-up. But this is still an investigation going on, so this is early. More patients are needing it. Finally, some about gating. Last year, we released a gating solution, or a motion management solution. It's not just about gating. So it's a solution that uses purely MR images, diagnostic images, and algorithm in order to track the tumor. And we provide 4 different ways to use this information. You can do gating on free breathing around the average position. That will be very deep use. So that means that the being is paused if the tumor moves away from their average region of motion. The second possibility is more classical, is exhale. So treat around the exhale. Or use breath hold. Finally, there's something that we call exception gating. It's not really respiratory. This is more for something like a cervix or a prostate. So tumors that they can suddenly change the position during the treatment, and the system is tracking this tumor. And if this happens, the radiation is stopped. And the plan can be, if the tumor moves and didn't come back, I just move the field to whatever the tumor is now. So I do something that we call baseline shift. We shift again to where the tumor is, and the treatment can continue. And maintain my margin. So I don't need to increase margin if the tumor will move, no. Because I'm tracking the motion. This is one of the first cases. Again, this is Utrecht, upper abdominal SBRT, a pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor. All the data is there, PTV 3 millimeters. Actually, we have some gating here which differs from the classical gating. The classical gating was translations. No? If the tumor goes more in one direction, the other. No, here we make an envelope. And the envelope they use is the PTV. So what is the system doing? If the tumor goes away from this envelope, then we stop the radiation until the tumors come back. We call voice, envelope, etc. We can give a tolerance. And this was supposed to run the video, but it's not running. Important. Okay, all this technology, how to spread the news, how to actually share all this information. So immediately when the first systems were delivered, a consortium of centers was created. There was 7 centers at that time, including 2 centers in the US, 2 in UK, 2 in Netherlands, 6 centers, and then of course the companies. Today, every customer who buy and install this system become basically a member of this. And they have a conference every year. and they share the standard of care. So the best practices, treatment data, what they have been finding is shared between all the participants. So it's a global network of expertise. How is the situation today? We have installed clinically 50 machines. It's 130, 140 orders. Already treated more than 40 indications. About 12 to 14 fractions per day. We are talking SBRT. As I said, more than 50% of the cases are actually SBRT, 7 fractions everything. And the uptime of the system, 97%. That was all that I had prepared. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Franz.
Just, I have the one question, Carlos.
I am happy for questions now, questions later.
Значит, вы сказали, что время очень короткое.
So you've said that there is a short period of time, right?
Понятно, потому что он же каждый раз останавливается.
Yes, but it stops every other time when the tumor goes out of the irradiation area, right? And for instance, there is non-stop delivery and the dose is 10 gray, and let's say the timing is 3 minutes. So if I am applying the gating, that will be intraday gating, but it depends on whether I want to precisely restrict the gating volume. And I think that it's not 3 minutes, that will be 6 or 7 minutes. So it will be double the time. But if you want to administer 20 gray, it will take you 40 minutes, including the stop. Yes, but I have the data from the session. We're not talking about only the delivery, right? So we also includes like when the patient is in, when the patient is out. So it's around 70 minutes. It's or 80 minutes. It's around 1 hour and 10 minutes, including the gating. So we have some time. If you have any questions to the doctor, yes. Microphone, please. So, can there be any problems with the table rotation? Actually, it's the same table as we have in MRI. No, I've never heard of that. But actually, we do not rotate or move the table during the delivery. So gantry, MLC, so all other devices will be moved, but they do not affect the quality of visualization, of imaging. But it is really nicely done in a technical manner. So it is the accelerator itself that is isolated from MRI, so there are no distortion between them, so one does not intervene with one another. Okay, so since you don't have any distortion, you can actually maintain the high quality of the imaging. So we have this Faraday cage, what it's called. So it is, so let's say it is the Faraday cage that are isolated. So there are isolated systems that are compatible and function. And also, so there is no one field. It means that when the beam is out. No, I don't mean collapse. I mean it is the classical collapse. So let's say we have the magnetic field, and there is some line within that field. So, and So it goes through 1.5 Tesla median line. So, and I take it from here, and it just goes to the median line. It's not collapsed like it collapsed, to the very bottom. It's like I have the image. I don't know. I mean, I can later show you the image, so the video how it's done, so they do not intervene with one another. No microphone. So the magnetic field does not affect the accelerator because there is minimum, almost zero magnetic field in the area of the accelerator, and the accelerator itself is protected by the absorption layer. But we are talking about high energy accelerators. So we have the rotating magnet, the steering magnet. So it is a bit more complicated system, but we have a direct beam. So it is a pretty forward beam, but it is a very powerful accelerator. But there are only three freedoms on the table. No, only one. But yes, better than another one, but it is not functional. So it's just to position a patient, that's it. But there is no laser. But there is no light field. So the patient is positioned according to the treatment plan, and that's it. Then you have the imaging, and the beam is directed to the tumor. So it's like the beam is the beam moves. Yes, the beam moves. So I'm actually using the word planning, but yes. So conceptually, it's a different thing. So we adapt the plan to the patient rather than the patient to the plan. So the patient does not move. Microphone, please. It's inaudible. So let's say we have the tumor that responds, right? That responds to radiotherapy. The size of a tumor is reduced, but is there a need to reduce this PTV? Yes, it is needed. So this is why you need this technology. Because we need to irradiate to a less extent. If there is no need for radiation, then we have to reduce it, because what we need to preserve all the parameters. So all the sparing criteria, we have to follow all this. But you don't have great reduction because it is a stereotaxic radiotherapy. But if you have 5 fractions, what would be the reduction volume? But you've seen it. You've seen it in the pancreas. No, pancreas, no. But it will not reduce heavily. No, it will. Because we usually use this accelerator, but we don't get large margins, right? Actually, the field is great, yes. The field is, in terms of its size, we have a big field, but the benefits may not be that serious. No, what's the benefit here? So we have the combination, right? So if I can reduce the margin, then I can spare more tissues, right? I can administer the high dosage. Okay, but if we have a large-sized tumor, we usually try to capture greater area of the field. So we do not want to play around this margin reduction. And I think that the very value of your technology is actually the treatment of the pancreatic cancer. But they actually want to irradiate the nodes, not the volume, like the very volume of the tumor, but actually to follow the sequence of the nodes. So the beauty of this system is I can track them, visualize them, and I can irradiate them. I also have other slides, where there are a few metastases, and they're captured. Okay. So if there are a few metastases that can be captured at once, but still you would target with stereotaxis each metastasis. So you have, let's say, a chain of 4 metastases in one lymphatic chain. You can irradiate each of them. Yes. I'm hopeful that this equipment will once be in the Almaty Center. Microphone. Yes, the first model was out in 1980. In a few years back, and we've seen the results. Yes, the results of the trials, the outcomes of the trials. But so first proof is that nothing is done in a bad manner. So it means that we have the same protocols, we have the same margins. So this is the approach. Then we target it, or we reduce it. So that was the solution of the consortium, that let's first test the equipment. So it was tested. Now it is more like aggressive treatment. So there are 2 fractions per prostate. So then you'll see that PTV in cervical cancer will be reduced. So now there is the confidence that what we actually see and we believe is done. So it means that this year we'll be able to see the outcomes of those trials, right? Yeah, actually, I think if you are interested, then just approach me later, because I really want to disseminate the information. I can find some articles for you, and I can send to them so that you can see the results for you. So is it only for adults or only for children? I don't know why we don't have children, but I haven't seen a single case. No microphone. No, I haven't seen the pediatric patient. So thank you so much, Carlos, and we shall continue. And thank you so much for a very excellent presentation. We've learned a lot from you.
Thank you for the great presentation. By the way, we have actually exceeded some our program, but it was very fantastic speak and a new speak, and I didn't try to touch your anxious about the new technology, and you should ask your questions if we have a chance to see and ask it to a profession. So now everybody knows, and Maya Jugashvili is the most famous radiation oncology professor in the country. In the Kazakhstan, everybody knows him. But I want to introduce her for the online attenders. She is professor of radiation oncology in Genesis Care, France, Spain, and is also a chair of National Societies Committee in the Astro. It's our chance to have his friendship in our Kazakhstan, and now she will talk about the role of radiation therapy in relapsed tumors, gynecological tumors.
Thank you. I will change my topic. Now I will speak about the gynecological tumors, vulva and vagina. Извините, тут не выходит вот это у меня на английском языке.
So my apologies that I just don't see that in English on the screen.
Thank you very much for the presentation, very kind. I will be quick. Нет, там на английском другой топик.
No, there is another topic in English. There is no translation into English, into Russian. It's only in English. So I have all my topics in English, yes, but I will speak Russian. So I will start with the vulva cancer. It is a rather rare disease, and it's rather unpleasant, but thanks, it's really good that we don't see it very often. And we have to actually adapt with whatever technologies we have to treat that disease, but there are some golden treatment standards, and I'll talk about it. So nearly 95% squamous cell carcinoma, and the main contributing factor is the infected human papilloma virus, and that's first, and second is the chronic inflammation. And in this slide, you can see the two paths of development and the main irritator, the main contributor to the cancer. So if there is the HPV virus, then it can develop into a squamous cell carcinoma. What's that called? Yes, you have it called the impetigo, and if you have irritation, if a person has irritation, and then it can turn into a specific type of cancer. But we know that if there is HPV, so we have better outcome forecast, because these tumors respond better. Same as for vulva cancer treatment, we can get a pretty good response if we use radiotherapy, and luckily, or unluckily that there is such a disease, but luckily vulva can be treated pretty good, but it depends on the progression of the tumor and whether the therapy is adequate to that disease. So adequacy is the main factor, but we need first to actually identify the stage of a disease and then to select the therapy. So, and what is the link between the lesion of the lymphatic nodes and the side of the tumor? And also we have a linguinal lymph nodes, and they are interrelated because of the anatomy, and we of course focus here on blood flow. And here, please look at this slide.
So it is less 1 millimeter. Then we may say that there is almost no lesion of lymphatic node. But if it grows and the depth of invasion is up to 5 millimeters, then we get up to 25% of lesion of lymphatic nodes. So everything depends on the size. Less than 2, it is less percentage. So in those cases, the patients may have the distribution into the lymphatic nodes. In case there is a tumor higher than vagina, then it is higher percentage. It depends if there is a combination of the size and depth of the distribution, because it could be on the surface but no depth. But still, in that case, there could be lesion of lymphatic node. So today, let us speak about two approaches that mainly use in case of the vagina treatment, adjuvant and the radiotherapy, because we have operable patients and another category is non-operable. So we are going not to speak relapse. So it's not an issue. It may seem simple, but sometimes surgeons are sending patients to us and they are not suitable for chemotherapy. And sometimes patients are suitable for chemotherapy, but they are not referred to us. And then they have not only local relapse, but also they have metastatic tumors in lymphatic nodes. So the adjuvant radiation is to close margins that are less than 8 millimeters. In this case, pathologo-anatomic experts should give us the borders of his knife. I know that many of pathological anatomical experts are not giving information about their invasion. They don't give information about the cardiovascular invasion, but the main factor for risk are the closest margins of the tumor. Can you see well here? In this table, you may see multiple studies that were performed in patients having the resection less than 8 millimeters and equal to 8 millimeters. Some of them obtained radiation, some of them not. So totally 135 patients in 1990s. So 91 patients with the margins less than 8 millimeters and 44 with more than 8 millimeters margin. So those who had more than 8 millimeters margins, they had relapse. So the difference between two groups, 50%. Next study was performed in 30 and 31 patients, two groups of patients. And here, half of patients obtained radiation even if they had the margins of resection less than 8 millimeters. And 50% showed relapse, and 16% of patients showed relapse, those who obtained radiation therapy. There is a significant statistic difference between 8% and 16% between two groups. In 2008, there is 23% and 8%. So basing on the results of all those studies, it was proved that adjuvant radiation is favorable, even there is no lymphatic nodes. So there is an indication to perform adjuvant radiation for sure. Regarding the lymphatic nodes, surgeon may remove all the existing lymphatic nodes, and then we see that still more than 2 lymphatic nodes are involved. Why? Why not 1? Because we analyzed adjuvant radiation in those patients with 2 or more positive nodes. Also, they had extracapsular invasion. This is a well-known investigation with 114 patients randomized. When we speak about patients, when we study 500, 1,000 patients, these are well-spread diseases with high morbidity. But these ones, vulvectomy patients and bilateral groin lymphadenectomy in pelvic nodes, they are very rare patients. It depends on the age, or it depends on the chronic dryness of skins. Mainly it's for women after menopause. Also, it can be in African or well-developed country. It depends on the culture, because some women, when they see a small tumor, they go straight away to the gynecologist. Another woman may wait until it grows like a big cabbage. So those 114 patients were gathered together and then they were randomized. One group obtained radiation, another one obtained radiation starting from 50 gray bilaterally to the groins. So what they got finally? That they had only 9% of relapse in that groups that received radiation. So there is a big statistical significant difference. So which way we're going to treat that? We understood that there are 2 main indications for adjuvant radiation. Involvement of lymphatic nodes, more than 2. Why not 1? Because there were studies, and statistically they have not received proof that adjuvant therapy would improve cases with 1 lymphatic node. That's why this issue is still under the study. So we should consider coefficient of the risk factors, because the radiation is very toxic, and especially for vulva, for such a zone that is very toxic and patients are suffering. So in case we do not have enough of reliable factors that we can improve life quality without side effects, then better wait until patient would have a relapse. And there are very few relapses in case of 1 lymphatic node. So which scope, which volume to treat? It's important to correctly determine the volume and the scope. When you position a patient with legs open, you should use the margins. The margins of the suture are the main places, and we should mark the margins, and then CT scan should help us to determine the target. Then the whole vulva to be irradiated, and also the distal, external, internal, like iliac lymphatic nodes to be radiated, and inguinofemoral lymphatic nodes to be radiated. So the resection margins are less than 8 millimeters. They are negative, this is 1 dose. If they are positive, it's another dose. So if we make regular fractioning for gray, this is one thing. If the margin is negative, it is from 45 up to 50 gray. If there is a close margin, it is 56 up to 59 gray. Because in case we radiate lymphatic node, then we distribute different dosage. In case we radiate a patient who is having less than 8 millimeters of resection margins and no lymphatic nodes, and the surgeon performed sentinel resection of lymphatic nodes or complete removal, then we provide preventive dosage.
Excuse me.
In this case, we provide preventive dose that is 45 up to 50.4 gray. In case of complete resection of lymphatic nodes, then we can give up to 50.4 gray. In case we have extracapsular lymphatic invasion in lymphatic nodes, this is a very serious risk factor. In this case, we provide 54 gray. In case this is a very wide distribution, more than 1 centimeter, conglomerates are removed, then we give up to 65-70 gray. But I have never did 70 gray, but I can give 65 gray in that cases. So what is the summary? That adjuvant radiation in case of early stages of vulvar cancer, we provide it like this. In case there is a late stage of vulvar cancer, we do not do any surgery. We take into consideration close margins of resection, and we take into consideration the involvement of lymphatic nodes, should be more than 2. And there are not enough of studies, and there is no proof that chemotherapy together with adjuvant radiation can assist, but can be considered. You can give it or you deny, but no scientifically based proof for that. Regarding the individual treatment of the valve cancer treatment, study published in 2012. What to do with non-operable patients, T3, T4, big tumors that are not suitable for surgery. So what can be done? We should not do surgery, so they refer them to us for radiation therapy. There are different approaches. One of approaches is preoperative radiation. 40 gray with a radio sensibilizing agent, and after that you revise the treatment. There is an approach like this, but in case we take into consideration an individual independent chemotherapy on its own, then we should implement the following protocol. The gynecological group who provided reliable results. What is the dose? For the tumor on vulva, they provided up to 60 gray, and the radio sensibilization with platinum. This is the protocol for the individual independent treatment of vulvar cancer. So we take into consideration the location of non-operable vulvar cancer. Here is a golden standard. Brachytherapy can be applied in some cases, in limited cases. For instance, if you provide complete dosage, but there is a tumor with no response, then we think, should we apply brachytherapy or not? Because big tumors, they have in-depth distribution, more than 5 millimeters, and contact brachytherapy would not be able to cover that. Then we apply another radiation. There are special experts who can do that. Only then we can apply that. And there are studies proved the efficiency of that. If not, still we have some residues in tumors, then we wait and revise decision on surgical treatment, because we did not treat that with our methods. Vagina cancer, it's even more rare than vulvar cancer. So these are patients are very rare because it could be a melanoma, and we should differentiate. Is it a metastatic result from the cervix cancer, or is it a separate disease? Because it can be not only vagina, but it can be adenocarcinoma. That's why we should differentiate diagnostics. Why? Because if it's a metastatic endometrial cancer from the cervix cancer, then there is a relapse risk. Okay, we can locally treat one thing, but we should involve systematic chemotherapy because there is a distribution externally from the organ. But in case there is an individual separate disease, there is another treatment. Be careful with that. One of the factors to develop it is HPV. If there is an HPV, we can await for better response. What is the method of diagnostics in case of vagina cancer? It's not obligatory to make CT. It's enough to do MRI because these are the pelvic lymphatic nodes. Okay, we can do that imaging. And in order to stage the vagina, it's enough to do MRI because PET would not give us the depth of invasion, but MR would give us. We should know the depth tactics. Here are different stages provided because surgery is provided for very small vagina tumors, and they are available and easily accessible for surgery. Usually it's on the front wall of urethra, and those patients are not candidates for surgery, even if the tumor is small. That's why straight away we provide radiation therapy. That is a golden standard for non-operable vagina cancers. So what do we do in treatment? We provide combination of external beam radiation therapy and brachytherapy. Regarding SBRT, there is no way to replace brachytherapy with SBRT. Only with that we can provide high dosage and control at the same time. And at the same time, without lesion to the neighboring zones, because there are lots of lively important body organs. That's why brachytherapy is a golden standard. If it's not available in a clinic, then we can provide CyberKnife or tomography, but the best results you get in a combination of the radiation and brachytherapy. Radiation 45 up to 50 gray. We cover complete vagina, and we consider the pelvic zone. The complete dosage together with brachytherapy is from 70 up to 80 gray. Concomitant weekly with cisplatin. Currently, we combine MIGRT and IGRT, so both rapid arc and volumetric therapy, but never treat in 3D because you would get same complications like you get 10 years ago, because it's impossible to provide comfortable treatment in 3D, not to have overdosage for the neighboring organs. MRI is minimizing the load for the neighboring organs, and we treat vagina.
So here we demonstrate a different approach to stage 1 and stage 2, 3 and 4. So when we have stage 1 and we apply RT and there is no lesion of the lymph nodes, then we combine it with brachytherapy. So when we have the proven metastatic, we will apply BT. And when we have 3 or 4 stage, so that will be the growth into the nearby organs. So chemotherapy can be applied, but unfortunately patients may die because of the local repetition. So brachytherapy is very important. So how is it radiated in the cylinders, their vagina, and there are more needles around the applicator, so it is the cylindric irradiation of the entire vagina area, and dosimetric is done on the basis of like MR, and also there will be the radial tumor imaged, and then we'll just follow the localization of the needle. So it is this 3D brachytherapy that is MR guided. So as for chemo and radiotherapy, as I've said, that there is no data as vulvar tumors are not widespread, so there are no positive data for administration of chemoradiotherapy, but just because there are no randomized trials. So in conclusion, of course, these are rare cases, these are rare tumors, and most patients are administered radiochemotherapy because the small carcinomas are not diagnosed, so they would women would only actually go to see doctor when they have bloody vaginal discharge. So IMRT has become the standard and it's going to be applied. Thank you.
Presentation of summarizing with the all up-to-date evidences in the role of our radiation therapy in the management of vulvar and vaginal cancers. Now our next speech will be online. We have a special speaker, Professor Elizabeth Ayon. She's working now in Spain at the Advanced Oncology Medical Institute, and she has been a long and extensive research career on the milestones of the electromodulated hyperthermia in the management of gynecological cancers as well. Are we ready, friends? Is it okay?
Do you hear me?
Okay.
Hello.
Hello,
You hear
Elizabeth. Yeah, we can hear you, Elizabeth.
Okay, great. Great. So thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. Sorry, I'm going to move the microphone. Because I was going to be there personally, but because of health problems in my family, I have to be online. So thank you so much for allowing me to take part of this wonderful meeting. And I hope to be there the next time in person. So I'm going to speak about hyperthermia. I think it's a very interesting issue. We all know that we have an important problem with the vessels in the tumor because the tumor has very bad vessels, very narrow, and this creates a lot of problems because chemotherapy, immunotherapy, systemic treatments in general have difficulties to go inside the tumor. On the other hand, we also have problems with hypoxia. We know that hypoxia is very bad regarding radiation oncology, for example. And another important thing that sometimes we don't think about it is acidity in the microenvironment of the tumor. So we know that in radiotherapy, we need oxygen to enhance the effects of radiotherapy to fix the damage to the DNA of the cell. So hypoxic tumors are more radioresistant. And we also know that not all the phases from the cell cycle are, have the same radiosensitivity. We know that the Yuen phase and the late S phase are the most radioresistant, but we also know that if we hit the cells at that moment, they become radiosensitive, and this is very, very important. Another important thing is that usually we don't think about that is that the cell microenvironment is also very important for the efficacy of radiation oncology because when we have an acid pH, the response to radiotherapy is worse. We know that with 4 grays, for example, apoptosis if after G2 or M phases. We know that at 12 grays, we have some apoptosis also in G1 and S phases. But if we have an acid pH, the apoptosis at 4 and 12 grays is suppressed. And this is very important to know because we will decrease the radiotherapy efficacy if we have that acid microenvironment. Also, with 20 grays, if we have an acid pH, we have a slow apoptosis. So this is very, very important. Another important thing regarding hypoxia is that hypoxia can activate angiogenesis. This means that it activates the invasion capacity and the metastasis risk of the tumor. It also increases tumoral survival. And another very, very important thing is that it inhibits the dendritic cell
Elizabeth, sorry.
Elizabeth, sorry. Yeah, now it's okay because it's what stopped your presentation.
And we can also not see your English presentations. Or do you want to choose to use the Russian one also? Are you using in your computer the English one?
Yes, I am using the English one. I am
We
sharing my
cannot
screen.
follow your presentation.
I am sharing my screen and I think everything is okay here. You are not
Okay, no problem. Please continue. We can see the Russian ones here.
Okay. So, what possible solutions we may have? If we open the blood vessels, we will have better results because chemotherapy and immunotherapy will arrive better, and we will increase the oxygen levels inside the tumor. This will mean that we will increase the radiotherapy efficacy, we will unblock the immune system, and we will avoid the tumor neoangiogenesis. And we can do that thanks to hyperthermia, heating the tumors. Hyperthermia is heating the tumors between 39 and 43 degrees. There are different mechanisms. The most frequent one is electromagnetic waves. You can see here, I don't know if you can see the picture, but in the picture you can see the patient lying in the bed. It has an electrode below the body of the patient, and we have an electrode above the body, and between those electrodes we can have that electromagnetic waves which will hit the tumor. We also need to know that hyperthermia also has the ability to damage the protein cells from the malignant cells, and that will increase the probability of dying of the tumor cells. So oncological hyperthermia is approved by the health ministers. It's not something only experimental. It's demonstrated to be a radio and chemosensitizer, and this is very interesting. Here you have a map where modulated electrohyperthermia, this is not updated now, but you see that there are these devices in a lot of places. We still don't have it in Kazakhstan, but I hope you will have it very soon. And the question always is if are there scientific evidences, and the answer is yes, there are evidences because there are multiple phase 3 trials demonstrating that hyperthermia has a very high efficacy as a radio and chemosensitizer without significant toxicities. I'm going to present only a very brief summary of some. Here you have the guidelines for treatment for sarcoma, the ESMO guidelines, and in these guidelines you can see that hyperthermia has an evidence once in the treatment on sarcoma, and chemotherapy, for example, has evidence 3. So this is incredible because a lot of times radiation oncologists don't know this, doesn't know this, so this is very interesting. You can see in the guidelines that we have different parts of the guidelines which says that hyperthermia has level 1 of evidence. This evidence is basically based in this trial from the EORTC. It's a randomized trial, phase 3 trial, multi-center trial. It includes 6 centers in Germany, 1 in Norway, 1 in Austria, and 1 in the United States. Patients between 18 and 70 years and histological province of tissue sarcoma. With a big diameter, more than 5 centimeters, grade 2 or 3. And the primary objective was local progression-free survival. And as secondary objectives, they had tumor response to induction therapy, disease-free survival, and survival. The median follow-up was 11 years. They randomized 341 patients. They made 2 groups, one with chemotherapy, standard chemotherapy, and the other one with standard chemotherapy plus hyperthermia. And here you can see how the results are really wonderful because the local progression-free survival is significantly better in the group with hyperthermia plus chemotherapy compared with only chemotherapy. And the disease-free survival is also significantly better in the group with hyperthermia. If we analyze the overall survival, we can see how in the group with hyperthermia, we also have significant better overall survival. It's amazing that the median overall survival in the hyperthermia group was 15 years, while in the chemotherapy group alone was 6 years. So it improved in 9 years the survival of the patients. Another important thing is that they made a multivariate analysis and hyperthermia was significantly better for the treatment compared with chemotherapy alone. And another important thing is that there were no significant toxicities for hyperthermia. I think these results are really, really interesting and we should use hyperthermia always in sarcoma. This meeting is about gynecological tumors. I'm going to speak a little bit about hyperthermia in cervical cancer. We also have the hyperthermia in the European guidelines for the treatment of cervical cancer. They recommend the hyperthermia always if we cannot use chemotherapy, if we can treat the patient only with radiotherapy. They recommend combining the radiotherapy with hyperthermia. They have also different parts in the guidelines where, with level 1 of evidence where adding hyperthermia to standard chemoradiotherapy has an impact on outcomes for the patient with locally advanced cervical cancer. Hyperthermia in cervical cancer is approved not only in Europe, but also in the USA. And this is a phase 3 trial using the same hyperthermia used in Spain, which is modulated electrohyperthermia. It's a phase 3 randomized trial with few stages, 2B to 3B squamous cell carcinoma of the cervix, and they were randomized to a standard chemoradiotherapy versus a standard chemoradiotherapy plus hyperthermia. You see that we have 104 patients in the group with hyperthermia and 106 in the group without hyperthermia. You can see that there were no significant difference between the patients, only the race that it was African because it was in South Africa, but in both groups, most of the patients were African. Here you can see how in the PET response, the patients with the hyperthermia, which is this group, MEHT group, had significant better complete response compared with the patients without hyperthermia. This is the cures for survival. You can see how the 3-year survival is significantly better in the patients who receive also modulated electrohyperthermia combined with a standard chemoradiotherapy. These results were presented at ESTRO. I'm going to speak a little bit about other tumors. This is the evidences in hyperthermia for locoregional recurrent breast cancer, a systematic review and meta-analysis where we can see how adding hyperthermia to radiotherapy significantly improve the complete response rate for the patients. If we analyze the efficacy of hyperthermia in bone metastases, we can see how adding hyperthermia to radiotherapy increases the pain control rate and extends the response duration compared with radiotherapy alone. And this is published also in the Red Journal, which you know is the most important journal for radiation oncologists. This is a review published in the group of hyperthermia of the Spanish Society of Radiation Oncology, where you can see how here we have 7 different types of tumors with phase 3 randomized trial demonstrated that hyperthermia improves tumor control. Here we have level 1 evidences in our Spanish group in 6 types of tumors, different tumors. And we have also good results. There are also prospective trials, for example, for organ preservation in high-risk bladder cancer. You can see here how in this trial they compare radiochemotherapy versus radiochemotherapy plus hyperthermia, and in a multivariate analysis they have better results regarding overall survival in the group with hyperthermia. Of course, they also have very better results in the group with hyperthermia regarding cystectomy-free survival, significant better results if we add hyperthermia to a standard chemoradiotherapy. This is, for example, for advanced gastric cancer. They compare chemotherapy alone versus chemotherapy plus hyperthermia. It's again a prospective trial. You can see that they randomized 118 patients in those 2 groups without significant differences in the patients, and they had a significant better survival in the patients who received hyperthermia plus chemotherapy. They also performed a multivariate analysis and had significant better results with hyperthermia. There were no differences in toxicity regarding both groups. This is for head and neck cancers. Again, we have systematic reviews and meta-analysis, which is level 1 evidence. And again, adding hyperthermia to a standard radiotherapy improves the probability of complete response in patients compared with radiotherapy alone. This is for malignant melanoma recurrences or metastatic malignant melanoma, and again they compare radiotherapy versus radiotherapy plus hyperthermia. The endpoint was persistent complete response, is only also prospective, and they had a significant better complete response in the group with hyperthermia. Sorry if I'm going a little bit fast, but I just want to show that we have a lot of evidences, and I can send later the articles of what you need. This is another trial for randomized study for chemoradiotherapy for esophageal carcinoma. Again, they performed 2 groups, chemoradiotherapy alone versus chemoradiotherapy plus hyperthermia, and again they have significant better results in the group with hyperthermia. This one is very interesting, and I think it's interesting also because we could perform something similar in cervical cancer. It's very interesting because they analyzed the effect of modulated electrohyperthermia during neoadjuvant treatment for locally advanced rectal cancer. They had two groups, one with standard chemoradiotherapy and the other one with standard chemoradiotherapy plus the hyperthermia, which is this one, modulated electrohyperthermia, 62 patients. There were no difference between the group. And the very important thing is that the group with hyperthermia, almost all the patients received only 40 grays, and the group without hyperthermia, all the patients received the standard dose for radiotherapy, which is 50.4. So this is very important because we have a significant better response in the group with hyperthermia in the very big tumors, rectal tumors. So this means that with a lower dose for radiotherapy, we had better tumor control compared with not using hyperthermia. So this was significant, the difference between the gastrointestinal toxicity between the groups because of the radiation dose. So it means that maybe also in cervical tumors, we could decrease in the future the dose for radiotherapy, because if we combine with hyperthermia, we can have better results. So in some cases, hyperthermia also works in monotherapy. Basically, this is brain. We have here some cases. This is a case from my hospital. It's a grade 2 glioma. It's a 39-year-old woman who received partial surgery, then radiotherapy, and then chemotherapy for 6 months. She had a progression after 3 months. This is the MRI after the first progression. Then she had partial surgery, and this is the MRI after that surgery. So you see that the results is not very good. And now we are treating her only with modulated electrohyperthermia because she was not candidate to any other treatment. We treat her 12 treatments every 6 months, and she is 54 months without progression. This is very impressive because it's a 43-year-old female with IDH negative GBM. You can see the MRI before the treatment, and this is after the treatment with the hyperthermia in monotherapy because she was not candidate to any other treatment. Again, another case with GBM IDH negative, and you can see how he progressed 1 month after standard chemoradiotherapy. You can see here the results of the MRI, and you can see after 18 modulated electrohyperthermias, the good response. So we have a meta-analysis published about the treatment modulated electrohyperthermia in brain, in GBM, in the Cancer Journal, and you can see how it significantly increased the 1-year survival for patients with glioblastoma. We are also analyzing that with combining hyperthermia plus fractionated radiotherapy in brain. We are comparing chemoradiotherapy in glioblastoma versus chemoradiotherapy plus hyperthermia, and it seems, because it's only 18 patients, that the survival is significantly better in the group with the hyperthermia. So as I said, if hyperthermia is approved in Spain by the Spanish Ministry of Health, it appears in the guidelines to treat cancer from the National Cancer Institute. It appears in the nomenclature, which is what regulates all the medical treatments in Spain for the patients. And very important thing is that hyperthermia nowadays can be selective. Some years ago, we had the problem that we also heated the healthy tissue and the patient had a lot of toxicities. But now, because of that, malignant cells have a very low potential, a very negative potential, and it has a better conductivity and the electric constant higher than healthy cells. We can hit only the malignant cells. That waves can be selective. Another important thing is that some years ago we had generalized vasodilation because we heated everything, the malignant and the healthy tissue, but now we can only vasodilate intratumoral, only inside the tumor, because we will be hitting only inside the tumor. Another important thing is that malignant cells have much more transmembrane proteins and membrane rafts, so we have more points for the waves to crash with the cells. And another important thing is that malignant cells don't have intercellular unions, so the waves can go through the cells more easily. We have different experiments showing that we are only increasing the temperature inside the tumor, but not in the healthy tumor. And this is very important because we are having a lot of success because of very good results. We have a lot of awards, which is wonderful. We have appeared in different papers. We are now in the main national and international meetings because the results have been very, very good. So we are very happy. You can see here some examples. But I think the best is yet to come because one important thing we have seen is that we know that radiotherapy can create the abscopal effect. It can stimulate the immune system, but hyperthermia can also do the same. When we hit the tumor, we hit the head shock proteins, which are above the malignant cells, and that increases the antigen cell presentation, and it increases the immune response. So we can say that hyperthermia is a tumor immunomodulator. So if we combine both treatments, we can have very good results. This, regarding the trial I showed about modulated electrohyperthermia in cervical cancer, they also perform another analysis to analyze the abscopal effect. So they made a sub-analysis if the participants had nodes outside the radiotherapy treatment field, and they found 108 patients with nodes outside the radiotherapy treatment field. And they decided that an abscopal response was if all the nodes outside the radiation field showed a complete metabolic response. And this is the result. They found that in the modulated electrohyperthermia group, they had 24.1% of complete response outside the radiation treatment area versus only 5.6 in the control group. And that difference was significant. So it means that hyperthermia also improved the abscopal response from the radiotherapy. And that is very, very interesting. So hyperthermia is not only heat, it also creates electric fields, and the change in the electric tumors stimulates tumor response, for example, in brain. It can activate immune system because of stimulating the antigen cell presentation of the dendritic cells, and it also oxygenates the tumor microenvironment. And this is very important because we are also combining the treatment with oncolytic viruses and oncological vaccines, and we are seeing much better results because if we change the microenvironment of the tumor, we can have better results from these immunological treatments. We are doing more research. I am a chair in oncological hyperthermia in one university in Spain, and we are also now performing a study for putting nanosensor to measure the pH of the tumor microenvironment inside the tumor, which is very interesting. And we are also analyzing if maybe with the hyperthermia we could extend the abscopal effect and minimize the risk of new lesions. For example, we are doing a trial for brain. We are analyzing the lymphocytes in peripheral blood before the hyperthermia treatment and after the hyperthermia treatment. Here you can see how the test before the hyperthermia treatment and after the hyperthermia treatment, the lymphocytes CD8 decrease, but this is combining with radiotherapy, which we know that delays lymphocytes. But when we use hyperthermia in monotherapy, if we compare the lymphocytes before the treatment and after the treatment, the hyperthermia treatment, we see how the lymphocyte increase. So this can be very interesting in order to increase that abscopal response. We have new clinical trials with some of the main centers in Spain, which is very amazing. And to finish, just to say that hyperthermia is an approved treatment by the health ministers. Is not something only experimental. We have level 1 evidence treatment in European cancer treatment guidelines in different types of cancer, including cervical cancer. And very, very important thing is that hyperthermia must be performed by professionals with appropriate knowledge, because sometimes if we don't have good results, it's because maybe the persons using that does not have the adequate training, or they are using some device without the CE mark, which is very important. So you are invited to Spain to meet us, to see our place, because I think it's a very beautiful place, and we have free devices for hyperthermia treatment, and we will be very happy to welcome you if you want to come to Spain. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for this impressive and very detailed information you shared with us. And I will also thank you for your kind invitation of our audience to your department. And I would like to ask you to actually, could you mind to stay online until the end of the session? We have only 2 topics left for the questions, because we delayed the questions part at the end of the session. So thank you again, once again. Yeah. Now we are moving to the second topic by Professor Maya. She will give us the interactive lecture on the role of radiation therapy in the relapsed tumors. So Maya.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth, thank you so much for your effort to join us, and this is really very appreciated information, because the Institute of Cancer in Kazakhstan, they are planning to buy this device, and I think we invite you for the training and for the information in this country. Thank you.
Great, I will be very happy to be there, of course. Thank you.
So my second presentation will be short. I shrinked it, and I will speak about the relapsing gynecological carcinoma in the cervix. So it's a very wide topic, but today let us speak about the treatment with radiation only. Not target, not surgery, but particularly radiation of the cervix cancer. We know when it is possible, in some stages, we provide surgery on the cervix cancer. And when there is a second stage, and 2A, 2B, then we provide chemo radiation therapy. And in case of indication, chemo radiotherapy may replace in treatment in any stage. But relapses happens, and not only after the surgeries. And after chemo radiation, the relapse may happen in 25 up to 61% after the primary treatment. It may happen inside the pelvic zone or in central or peripheral zone. Also, it may happen extrapelvic zone. It's called a metastatic relapse, but it may happen in any part of the body, in the pole, in the pancreas, in liver, but mainly it's metastatic nodes, lymphatic nodes, because it goes in the lymphatic flow, and the polyradiation should be in the nodes. What kind of curative treatment for pelvic exenteration? When I mean curative treatment, we should remember if we provide radiation therapy, we should provide quite high dosage to reach the curative effect. In case we give 30 gray only, we would get nothing. We will not treat the tumor, we will just increase toxicity. So we should definitely know what we want to do with the patient. Should we treat her or should we send her on the palliative way? In case she has oligostatic disease, then she can combine several treatments. If she has metastasis, there is another way. But now we have microbiological science. There are more sciences to keep patients without progression and to transfer it into the chronic stage by immune therapy. So if we can act and provide curative method, we should do that instead of referring a patient to palliative department. The main method for curative treatment is exoneration of pelvic zone. Not many patients can agree to that because many young women, they prefer to die because of relapse instead of living with the exoneration of pelvic when there is no life quality provided. So they say better they choose to die. So even after the exoterancid, still there are relapses. And in case there are lateral relapses, still there are pieces of tumor on the walls of pelvic zone. So still, we apply additional methods of treatment, and focus is on the repetitive radiation. It can be of different types. The most efficient is the intraoperative treatments. The next speaker will tell us more about that. The next one is brachytherapy and stereotoxic therapy and the MR-controlled therapy, because we should provide quite a high dosage for a small zone with relapse, and at the same time this zone was preliminary radiated. The tissues accumulated quite a high dosage. So we're gonna provide the second dosage on the neighboring organs, but still the dosage will not be enough to neuter the tumor. That's why I'm speaking about the stereotoxic and brachytherapy. Brachytherapy is an interesting method. We cannot use a cylinder brachytherapy, even if there is a relapse, because the relapses are very rarely identified in smaller millimeters. Usually relapses are located in depth and in the cylindric form. And with a cylindric method, we may hit only 5 millimeters depth. That's why we use intersocial therapy. There are two types of that. This one is the intersocial brachytherapy showed on the image. This is non-individual. Of course, we provide computer tomography, we calculate the dosage, but still it is not according to the shape of the tumor, because we have a template. According to that, we calculate the depth of the dosage for this tumor. But to provide this treatment, I even do not know. It's not available in the ex-Soviet countries. Before, it was available in ex-Soviet countries, but now it's very difficult to find an expert because it's almost a surgery. That's why you should have lots of experience doing that before you do that. In Spain, we have centers specialized in this topic, and patients in Santander are accumulated. There are several centers. They are national centers collecting patients from all over Spain, lots of patients. But in Kazakhstan, pity to say, it's not available. So in case this type of treatment is not available, then we use tomotherapy, stereotoxic therapy, any types of treatment, but not 3D treatment. Even MRI we cannot use to provide high dosage for such patients. In this slide, let me show the comparison of different series of brachytherapy together with radiation. So there are dosages provided here. Anyway, brachytherapy on its own, anyway, we provide 42 or 45 gray. Finally, if we accumulate the dose, it will be more than 100, 130 gray. Why brachytherapy is unique? Because the neighboring tissues are not accumulating that dosage. That's why we keep the organs. But yes, the toxic effects are there. So we should keep that in mind. And there is vaginal ulcers, fistulae, rectovaginal or vesicovaginal, rectal bleeding, and cystitis. It's important not to have them grade 3 or grade 4 and not to result in lethal approach. And we should always get a balance between what we give in the dosage for tumor and neighboring organs.
So we really want our patient to improve the quality of life. Now it's a stereotactic body radiation therapy. I think it will be more for you because it's an interstitial therapy and it's a really good way, but it has its specificity. So it works well in peripheral recurrent tumors, and its toxic effect is comparable with that of the brachytherapy, and the brachytherapy nicely targets the metastasis, and we just can increase the dosage and capture as many lymph nodes as possible. So if we have a patient with any type of gynec cancer that previously received the chemotherapy, of course, we shall not focus on classic fractions, but it's best to shift to stereotactic body radiation therapy. So to conclude, the stereotactic but radiation therapy really is good for those patients who cannot receive chemotherapy. And I want to introduce to you one type of brachytherapy which is not widely distributed, but it is the individualized brachytherapy. So how is it done? So you have this MRI, and there is the 3D imaging of a tumor form, the depth, and this template is actually printed on a 3D printer. So this template has the form of the tumor and the distance to the tumor. So this type of brachytherapy is safer and it has comfort, more convenient dosage, and less effect on the surrounding tissues. Of course, the optimal way would be the brachytherapy. So if it's not possible, then think about stereotactic therapy. So now I want to move to nutrition. And any cancer patient can have some nutrition deficiency. It's not because they do not eat well, but because their balance, nutritive balance, will be compromised by the radiotherapy. And because of that, there will be some nutrition deficiencies. So there can be neutropenia, so it can be an increased toxicity at the mucosal level. And we even published it back in 2016, and I'm one of the authors of that study. And we reviewed the novel approaches to the correction of micronutrient deficiency who receive onco treatment. And it might be seen as the promotion campaign, but we apply the I put it in the quotation mark, the vitamin complex. There is nothing actually new about it, nothing special about it, but it is a company in Spain that produces its syrup. So it's, as they sell, their formula can induce molecular activation. So I actually prescribe it to all my patients, and patients do not feel tired. They don't have mucosates in the expressed form, so they can actually complete the chemotherapy. And this is just an example. So this is the oral mucosite, and a person received that vitamin complex. And just take a look at how these all these scars were healed. So this is onconutraceutics, and also there was a study where your institute participated. So together with Dilara Radikovna, there were the results published. So there were the statistical data received. So it's not just taken from the air. So there was a control group and a group that received oncoxine. So mostly the stomach cancer patients. And as you know, that these patients may have the atrophy, and their albumin level was measured, and there was a survey, and there were objective tests, and then the survey, so how the patient would respond. And you can see that there is this statistical difference between the patient who received those complex and who did not. And these complex helped us improve the quality of life. So those who did not receive it had reduced appetite, and those who received it, they had appetite, which is very, very important for those patients, because after the vomiting, after the treatment itself, they may not feel like eating. So please, doctors, keep in mind, it's not important only to treat the patient, so to treat it to the state that they just lie down and lie. No, we really need them to maintain their status, their life in them, and so that they can complete their treatment, because we are the one who manage the patient. Thank you.
Summary of the
two different topics.
Radiation, two different topics. I mean, we took the benefit of this. I mean, actually. So next topic will be online again, or?
Что у нас сейчас? Не подключился? И что ты хотел сейчас интерактив провести?
So maybe Francesco. Maybe we can have Francesco now. So it's 1 o'clock. Okay, we have a speaker online. So are you not tired? No? No one is sleeping?
Interested, not so bored.
Значит, у нас следующий.
Okay, our next speaker is a very interesting person. He's not a doctor, but he represents a manufacturer. And he knows everything about the equipment. I think he knows it better than a doctor because he's the one who actually creates the equipment himself. He visits all the clinics, he collects data. So I think that there is no person better than him who can introduce the equipment. Francesco Zanetti from Italy, from Vicenza. Just a moment, we will adjust the presentation on our screens here in the hall.
Good morning, Maya. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Francesco. Where are you?
I'm in the office.
Connect your camera, please.
I am connected.
Ah, okay, it's okay. Hello, hello.
Hello,
Hello, Francisco.
Hello, everybody. I am extremely sorry to not be there with you, but unfortunately, my mom had a cardiovascular issue, and I am only child for her here, so I didn't felt with the guts to travel far away, and maybe she's still hospitalized. So
We wish you fast recovery.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, I really I was missing Kazakhstan a lot. As of many years, I'm missing. Next time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We wish.
So shall I share my screen, or are you going to
Yes,
project?
you should do this.
I think the right thing to do is this. Screen one, share. Okay, do you see my screen?
No, not yet.
No. Sorry.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, one moment, sorry. One moment. I need to change, because it's a little bit slow. I don't see the arrow. Sorry. Okay. Screen to share. And now you should see my presentation, right? Do you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see you now.
Very good. So today my chat will be about flash therapy, a decline in intraoperative radiation therapy, and around gynecological tumors. And of course, to start, I would like to make the attention and point attention about global incidence and the mortality. While if we talk about the gynecological tumors, I think we need to consider breast cancer also as an involved pathology. And we see that breast cancer and cervix uteri are among the top 10 more incidence cancer, and unfortunately are among the top 10 cancers for mortality. You know better than me, when we approach cancer, we have three different disciplines: surgery, radiation, and drugs. But if we pay attention to the relative weight of each discipline, we see that almost 55% of the patients which are cured at 5 years are such due to the control of the primary tumor. And if we check the relative importance of surgery and radiation therapy against the systemic therapies, we see that they are the main way, the main path to control the primary tumor. What we can say that local control is the door to survival. I believe we all agree on this. And IRT, intraoperative electroradiation therapy, is an health value in many cancer models. Radiation can be delivered. There are two different main ways to deliver radiation. One is external beam, which can be protons, photons, and many other techniques. And the other one is the interventional radiation therapy, which can be brachy, can be many other techniques. And IRT, in my opinion, among the interventional techniques is the most interesting because you can deliver the dose very fast. You can treat big portions of tissue, and you can mechanically displace the organs at risk. To give you an idea how a linear accelerator for intraoperative radiation therapy looks like, it's like the machine we see in the picture. This is University Clinic of Navarra in Spain, while the system is delivering a treatment. And just to frame and to position you within the context of what we are talking about, I picked this example as a school example, not because I want to talk about pancreatic cancer, but I think pancreatic target is one of the most difficult ones to achieve because we have many radiosensitive organs at risk around the target. And if you consider and if you see, we have the target and the collimator. Here is an unresected tumor. We can deliver the treatment just to the target, mechanically displacing the organs at risk. This is how it looks like an IRT treatment. Basically, the accelerator reaches the patient and delivers the treatment. And the IRT treatment is always possible. Doesn't matter if it's open surgery, if it's laparoscopy, as we saw in the slide before, or, for example, in this case, it's a combination between robotic surgery and intraoperative radiation therapy. What is my clinical value of delivering high doses of electrons to a target? Basically, if I consider electrons, I have up to 4 centimeters of thickness, which I can treat homogeneously. It can range from 3 cm to from 12 cm, and I can choose among 4 different energies. This means that in my operating room, I will have a machine delivering 144 different available dosimetric configurations. Means that any anatomical site or region can be achieved and can be treated properly with electron beams. If we look at the gynecological indications for intraoperative electron radiation therapy, we have the NCCN guidelines, which frames endometrial cancer, current, of course, uterine sarcoma, and the recurrent cervical cancer. If we move one step backwards and we go to the expert institutions range, we have available data, publication, and the long experience on locally advanced endometrial cancer. We have on uterine sarcoma. There is data available on cervical cancer recurrent. We have locally advanced cervical cancer. And we have recurrent vulval cancer. This is a nice paper, in my opinion, made from a single institution. It's a University Hospital Gregorio Marañón in Spain, which reported 250 patients and more out of different indication, different surgical approach, different treatment path in terms of surgical approach, but where the common component has been always intraoperative electroradiation therapy. And to show you a nice example, this is a stage 4 cervical cancer with nodular positive retroperitoneal. This has been treated with protons. After that, we had an oligorecurrent post-proton therapy, and the IRT has been delivered in this case with recurrence to have a very local and very precise treatment just on the area of interest, avoiding further irradiation. I will skip these videos because are probably the repetition of what I said. Now I would like to move providing you some data. If we look at the extended pelvic surgical rescue in the recurrent cervical cancer, those are big surgeries, as the word says and suggests, rescue surgeries. If we consider the addition of intraoperative electron radiation therapy, we achieve 58% local control at 5 years with an overall survival of 42%. Going further, in the current clinical practice, we are treating retroperitoneal nodal dissection for the cervical cancer. The local control, considering IRT, is high, up to almost 80% at 5 years, and with a survival of 45%. Of course, this data probably means that the quality of life of the patient during the years that are left living with good quality of life, it's pretty high. I want to show a new data. I have a new paper from the Mayo Clinic, and there are 44 patients reported in 15 years, probably with a not so common indication, which is the radical extirpation, but it's an institutional review and shows that we have only survivals if we consider the intraoperative electroradiation therapy. This is extremely interesting because it's the proof that local control is the key to survival. So if I want to recap and then move to FLASH, what IRT represents today for the gynecological cancer, probably I believe that is an optimized component for the local cancer therapy. It's, of course, it's innovative because it's not recent that we can put a high energy linear accelerator in a standard operating room. It's a curative alternative for different histologies and types. It's evidence-based, we have guidelines, we have much publication, so we don't have to discuss it is good or it is not good. You can choose if you like it or if you don't like it, if you want to do it in your clinical practice or not, but we have the scientific background to support it. It's extremely precise and it's cost efficient. Of course, if we have to look at the future, because upon here, if I translate my speech into technology, this is the right personification. We have the standard machines that are available as of 2012. In 2018, the big news was a new accelerator able to work in any OR without the need of shielding. We launched in 2019 the treatment planning system, but still, this was conventional intraoperative radiation therapy. In 2018, the big challenge knocked the door, and the Institut Curie in Paris, that was the discoverer of the flash effect, launched a global tender to find a supplier able to deliver a completely new system to further untap the flash potential. We won the tender and we start working on a preclinical system for flash therapy. One step backwards, what flash is? We all know any kind of radiation therapy. It doesn't matter if we are looking at electrons, if we are looking at protons or photons, all these techniques respond to the very well-known radiobiological paradigm, which is more dose I deliver, the more tumor control probability I will have, the more dose I deliver, the more damage on the healthy tissue I will have. So today, radiation therapy is a balance between the dose needed to cure the tumor and the dose tolerable from the healthy tissue around the target. Moving this to the flash scenario, we change the paradigm completely, because keeping the isoefficacy of the radiation on the tumor, so we keep the same efficacy between the conventional and the flash, we are able to widen the therapeutic window, because it has been discovered that instead of delivering the dose in minutes, delivering the dose in fraction of a second have a different radiobiological effect on the healthy tissue. This is translated and has been studied in several preclinical models. In this case, there are some human skin lesion case, but mainly we are working with pigs, with cats, with zebrafish, and with different organs and different experiments. But the translation is this table. Basically, if we compare the conventional radiation therapy with the flash, we have a number of radio-induced toxicity indicators and a number of efficacy indicators. You see that we have the same efficacy between conventional and flash. If we look at the side effects, for example, the loss of the cognitive function, we see this happening at 10 grays with the conventional, but we see this happening between 14 and 30 grays with flash. Vascular apoptosis happens at 30 grays with flash and happens at 15 with conventional. Lung fibrosis, we are able to deliver 40% more dose with flash compared to conventional. This translated to clinical practice, to make two examples, we will be able to deliver either the same dose with less side effects, or we will be able to deliver greater doses with the same side effects we know today. Two examples. In breast cancer, imagine that you will not increase the dose. You will still deliver 21 grays, but with less side effects to the chest wall, to the heart and lungs. And for example, in pancreatic cancer, instead of 20 grays, which is today the maximum tolerable dose, you will be able to deliver maybe 25, maybe 30, turning the treatment from palliative to curative effect. In technology, this translates into this path. We started with electron flash, that is the preclinical, a machine dedicated for preclinical studies. From the preclinical, we are moving to the clinical environment with the ENG flash. From the clinical environment with IRT, we will move to the very high energy, which is the external beam radiation therapy with flash. This is much further in future. Why the middle step is the IRT, and why IRT got pretty much famous in the scientific community? Because has been agreed that for the reason that I explained before, IRT is the ideal technique to bring flash to clinical practice. It's a single treatment, a single fraction, pretty easy, with a very defined field, with a pretty much surface target. We are able to have much more control and much less damage or uncertainties to manage while translating this technique to patients. The path is this. We have 5 systems working. This will be ready by end of 24, beginning of 25 for certification. So there is a time then for getting the CE marking, but we already have 16 pre-orders, and we will look at the rest for the future. How the LIAC flash has been done? Has been done summing up the experience we matured with the intraoperative conventional with electrons, together with the experience that we are maturing in the preclinical field. Together with Institute Curie, we designed a strategy to be as effective as possible in correspondence between the preclinical and the clinical. The LIAC flash is the result of this synergy. Why it's important to be ready as soon as possible, delivering a system able to treat patients in clinical practice with flash? Because there are several groups that are already considering, starting from the ESTRO guidelines, new protocols for dose escalation for flash. So this will be the begin and the start to see flash treating patients. Translating flash in the gynecological tumors, I believe that the first application will be the standard combination of surgery and radiation therapy for different gynecological indication. And if I use the flash with electrons, will be, of course, the best alternative for dose escalation. If I have a very high risk area, I will be able to deliver more dose compared to the dose I can deliver today to the target. And then if I see the re-irradiation patients that probably are less numerous compared to the previous indication, but are more difficult to manage, I can aim at high and large single doses, avoiding further external beam radiation therapy, meaning that I will increase the quality of life of patient. Of course, I cannot forget about breast, because if we are talking, I said at the beginning, if we talk about GIN, we need to talk about breast. And today, IRT, standard IRT as ESTRO, NCCN, and ASTRO agreement in terms of guidelines for the single dose 21 gray. I want to add the DEGRO guideline that also published recently, the consensus and the validation of the IRT with electrons for breast cancer. This means that the patient, the low-risk patient, will knock the door of the hospital, will go to the operating room, will have the tumor resection, will receive one single dose of radiation therapy intraoperative, and she will avoid any external beam further. This, in terms of guidelines, if we use the selection criteria, we have respectively for the American 1.5% reoccurrence, and for the European 1.9% reoccurrence for the treatment of single dose intraoperative radiation therapy. If we look at the other indication for the different kinds of breast cancer, which are not low risk. We can say medium risk. We can look at the high risk. We can look at the triple negative, all the other indications which probably need a boost of irradiation due to a higher risk of recurrence. There are guidelines here also. There are the ESTRO, the European Society of Radiation Oncology guidelines for this indication. And there is a wide range of information available for basically treat any candidate for radiation, any candidate for breast cancer for radiation can benefit of intraoperative electro-radiation therapy. If also with breast you add the value that FLASH can bring to the clinical practice, it's a completely new world and opens a new path and new opportunities for patients. For the GIN, we will increase local control and consequently survival. For breast, we will decrease the risk of complication due to radiation and consequently the quality of life. I have 1 minute 50 seconds more. If you have some question, I will be more than happy to have some time to share opinion and to answer. I took this time on purpose to have some free time, 1 minute for question, or you let me know.
Thank you, Francisco. So, do we have questions from the audience for any one of us?
Давайте какой-нибудь вопрос придумайте. Даже у физика я...
Please make your questions. Even physicians, they may have questions.
Thank you very much, Francesco. They are a little bit feeling of shame, maybe. Don't attack you, but
maybe you compliment their shop, maybe. I mean, with rahmetsiz, I mean.
But we are expected when you personally can come to Kazakhstan. I think it will be soon. So personally, they will ask you so many issues.
In person, yeah, they may not want to ask in person. So, everyone, this was our last speak. So, thank you for all your interest and your energy to listen all this long lecture course. So it was my pleasure to chair this and share the chair with Maya also. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody, and I hope to see you all soon in Kazakhstan.
Elizabeth, also, we would like to thank to you also for giving sparing your time and effort to tell us what are you doing and how can we change our practice or to improve our results in the oncology. And waiting for us for questions. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Actually, I think we can go to the lunch, I think. No, we should wait.
Last speech.
We will?
This one.
Is he? Yeah, okay, we could reach. Okay, pre-recorded. Yeah, great.
Hi, thank you for inviting me. It's an honor and a privilege. I wish I was there in person, but it's an honor to be part of the modern approaches and management of gynecological tumors. My name is Bill Small. I'm professor and chairman of the Department of Radiation Oncology. Disclosures, I'm invited speaker for intraoperative radiation therapy for Carl Zeiss and on the Data Safety Monitoring Board for Novacure, both of which are not going to be discussed in this presentation. Objectives, I want to review the recently updated post-op GYN atlas and discuss image-guided brachytherapy in cervical cancer and briefly touch on image-guided brachytherapy in inoperable cancer. So this talk is not about the role of radiation in cervical cancer just from a big perspective. As we all know, in locally advanced cervical cancer, probably the treatment of choice is definitive weekly cisplatin external beam radiotherapy followed by a brachytherapy boost. First of all, I'm going to talk about an update of our consensus guidelines for the delineation of clinical target volume for intensity modulated pelvic radiation therapy in post-operative treatment of endometrial and cervical cancer. Want to thank my Atlas co-chairs, which are Matt Harkenreiter, Jonathan Strauss, Courtney Hentz, and Walter Bosch. We also had a fair amount of collaborators from across the country and world. So just a disclaimer, this atlas is a guide for clinicians. The actual contours and clinical decision making is dependent on a physician judgment and does not necessarily have to be consistent with the atlas. We believe the atlas should be updated as new data is developed. As such, there may be some discrepancies with the published manuscript. So please refer to the full manuscript for additional details. This was published in the Red Journal approximately 2 years ago. And the atlas itself is on the NRG website. That's a little bit more interactive if you want to get further details. So background. This is an updated atlas constructed by an international consensus guideline working group to define the clinical treatment volumes, CTV, using IMRT or 3D conformal radiation techniques in the postoperative treatment of endometrial or cervical cancer. It wasn't specifically done for intact cervical cancer, but I do think that the nodal volumes and the general standpoint is fairly similar. CTVs were defined for the following nodal regions: periortic, common iliac, external iliac, internal iliac, presacral, and obturator nodal regions. A vaginal CTV was also defined. Periortic nodal CTV. Obviously included if there's pathological or radiographic evidence for involvement or if clinical suspicion for microscopic disease involvement outweighs the risk of treatment. This volume encompasses the aorta, inferior vena cava, and adjacent nodal regions with a non-uniform expansion from the vasculature, and we'll talk about this. It is important to contour on a non-contrast scan for PA nodal CTV, as the IVC may distend with administrative IV contrast and may lead to excessive contouring. Or if you do it on a contrast scan, just keep that in mind. This is just from the manuscript showing the distended IVC with contrast versus when contrast is not administered. Again, this is some nodal volumes of the periortic and common iliac chain. We'll talk about that in the following slides. So periortic nodal CTV. The periortic nodal CTV borders. And remember, there are some exceptions to these recommendations. See manuscript for additional details. And obviously, clinical judgment is always very important. But the superior border for cervical cancer is a level of the left renal vein, and for endometrial cancer is 1 to 1.5 above the left renal vessels. The inferior border of the PA nodal is at the bifurcation of the aorta, where it becomes a common iliac CTV. Anteriorly is 3 to 5 millimeters anterior to the IVC and up to 7 millimeters anterior to the aorta. The CTV delineation at the aortocaval space should be straight rather than concave. Posterior is the vertebral body, excluding bone and muscle. And a right lateral expansion of 3 to 5 millimeters off the IVC is used. A left lateral expansion off the aorta of 1 to 2 centimeters typically used, extending the medial border of the left psoas muscle. And as in all these, if there's clips or visible nodes, please consider including them if the clips are defining the nodal volumes. Common iliac nodal CTV. This CTV starts immediately beneath the PA nodal CTV at the aortic bifurcation. This will be a 7 millimeter uniform expansion off the right and left common iliac vessels, excluding bone and muscle. At the midpoint of the common iliac vessels, the CTV margin should increase to 1 centimeter anterior to the vessels, abutting the iliopsoas muscle laterally. The common iliac nodal CTV extends inferiorly until the bifurcation of the common iliac artery. The presacral nodal CTV includes a presacral nodes for all postoperative cervical cancer patients and for postoperative endometrial cancer patients with cervical stromal invasion. Inclusion can be considered in cases where other high-risk factors for nodal involvement are there. The superior extent of this bifurcation, the internal and external iliac vessels, and is a relatively thick strip of tissue measuring 1 to 1.5 centimeters wide in a perpendicular plane to the face of the sacral bodies. The inferior extent is the first CT image where the piriform muscle becomes apparent. External iliac nodal CTV. This CTV begins superiorly at the bifurcation of the common iliac vessels and is a 7 millimeter uniform expansion off the external iliac vessels, excluding adjacent bone and muscle, but can extend up to 10 millimeters anteriorly. Just for edification standpoint, we do not crop off bowel, as bowel can be quite mobile. We're just cropping off bone and muscle. The CTV continues inferiorly until the external iliac vessels course laterally as they leave the pelvis, becoming the igual-femoral vessels. The inferior extent can also be delineated where the deep circumflex artery branches off the external iliac artery. The internal iliac nodal CTV, the CTV begins superiorly at the bifurcation of the common iliac vessels with a uniform expansion of 7 millimeters off the internal iliac vessels, excluding bone and muscle. This volume courses distantly until the vessels turn laterally before leaving the pelvis. And these are just from the publication, just showing some of these volumes. And I refer you to the publication or the NRG website for further images. The obturator nodal CTV. The CTV is a strip of space 15 to 18 millimeters in diameter medial to the obturator internus muscle, situated between the external and internal iliac vessels, not extending into bone, muscle, or bladder. This CTV continues inferiorly until the obturator vessels leave the pelvis through the obturator foramen. Consideration of an obturator nodal ITV or a larger PTV for this region should be considered to account for changes in bladder filling. The vaginal CTV should include the proximal 3.5 to 4 centimeters. Again, there are exceptions to these recommendations. Please see the manuscript for additional details of the vaginal canal and any paravaginal or retracted perimetrial tissue that can be visualized on planning CT. The urethra can be excluded from the CTV for routine cases. Consider using a flexible vaginal marker at the time of CT simulation to better visualize the vaginal cuff. Surgical clips at the cuff may also help with visualization. The CTV should extend posterior to the anterior rectal wall and should include the anterior 1/3 of the mesorectum. The anterior border is the posterior border of the bladder wall. The lateral extent is the medial border of the obturator nodal CTV or the urogenital diaphragm more inferiorly. And again, these are some images from the manuscript. The use of internal target volume. I think this is important to consider and account for. Internal motion of the bladder and rectum can cause the CTV volumes, and particularly the vaginal cuff, and to a lesser extent the nodal volumes, to move significantly. So we recommend either simulating the patient with a full and empty bladder to create an ITV, which is what I do, or plan with a larger increased PTV to account for vaginal motion. Image-guided radiation therapy done during the treatment can also help to assure appropriate CTV coverage. And again, these are examples of movements of the bladder and the vaginal CTV with bladder filling. So in conclusion, I think the use of image-guided radiation therapy, in particular the contouring, is extremely important. So the new NRG Atlas, post-op atlas that incorporates the parodic region is new to this atlas. It's a guide. Exact contours are the judgment of the treating physician. And remember to at least account for internal motion. So switching now to image-guided brachytherapy. Is brachytherapy necessary in cervical cancer? This is from U.S. data. This data is from 2014. An update, I believe, is in progress. And it's looking at the use of brachytherapy versus SBRT or IMRT boost, which have shown a downtrend in brachy and an uptrend in SBRT and IMRT. And this is not related to a difference in performance status or other non-cancer reasons. And if you look at this graph, I think you can argue that brachytherapy is absolutely indicated in the curative treatment of cervical cancer. So image-guided brachytherapy with MRI. Why MRI? I think we don't have to tell this group that MRI simply has a significantly better soft tissue resolution, and if available is the ideal imaging modality for image-guided brachytherapy. So GAC-ACSTRO recommendations. In 2000, the GAC-ACSTRO working group was formed and composed of physicians and physicists actively involved in the field of gynecological brachytherapy. The initial goal was to describe concept and terms that would lead to common terminology that within the field of 3D image-guided brachytherapy, focusing on MRI as a preferred imaging modality. Secondarily, they set out to generate recommendations for 3D dose volume parameters with image-guided brachytherapy. And these would allow for uniform language to be generated and applied to 3D brachytherapy implants and ultimately lead to improved data collection analysis and hopefully patient outcomes. I'm not going to, in the interest of time, talk about patient outcomes, but the EMBRACE trials have shown that image-guided brachytherapy does improve outcomes. This is the initial concepts, again, from the Gakashro group, and it's concepts and terms in 3D image-based 3D treatment planning, including GTV, high-risk CTV, intermediate-risk CTV, and low-risk CTV that we will discuss. Again, there's a gross tumor volume diagnosis based on palpation, visualization, T2 MRI. I do encourage everyone to make drawings when they do an exam, so you have a drawing of what you saw too. And then there's gross tumor volumes at brachytherapy, again based on visualization, palpation, and T2 signal enhancement on MRI. This is probably the most important aspect of image-guided brachytherapy, and that is definition of the high-risk CTV at brachytherapy. The high-risk CTV volume at brachytherapy includes the entire gross tumor volume, the entire cervix, and gray zones on the MRT2 sequences. We'll talk a little bit about that. The intermediate risk clinical target volume includes 5 to 15 millimeter margin around the HRCTV and includes initial sites of involvement. Note that the safety margin is based on tumor size, location, spread, regression, and/or treatment technique. What are gray zones? The definition is tissue with intermediate signal intensity in the area of primary hyperintense tumor extension, often detected in the periphery of the initial tumor excision, usually within the perimetrial space, and it is assumed that the gray zones are a mixture of residual tumor, edema, and fibrosis. And also, when these initially were done, there was a limitation of trying to treat the whole dose at 100% because it's highly dependent upon contours of target volume. Small variations or spikes in contour lead to wide variability in D100 and doses surrounding organs. And this is uncertainties. This was published in 2013, uncertainties in target volume delineation MRI guided adaptive brachytherapy, noting the GTV, HRCTV, and IRCTV. So evolution of a hybrid intercavitary interstitial implants. So with the advent of these working definitions of our target volumes in brachytherapy, I think a lot of us that do a lot of brachytherapy have really revolved using interstitial needles when there's need to cover the gray zones or the medial perimetrial tissue, thereby making more oblong dose volumes to minimize the dose of the bladder and the rectum. And then just other pictures of the evolution of intercavitary interstitial implants. Sometimes there's only a few needles, sometimes there's more. These are some of the applicators, either tandem and ovoids with holes or tandem and ring with holes. This is from our own publication with early outcomes, the impact of changing from a intercavitary only to an intercavitary interstitial applicator. And you notice that our D90, I talked a little bit about why the D100 for HRCTV leads to marked variation. So most of us target the D90 or dose of 90% HRCTV. In our hands in the intercavitary era, we were delivering about 88 gray to that area. With intercavitary interstitial, we upped that to almost 93 gray. But despite the increased target dose with the needles, our bladder dose and our rectal dose went down. This is from the retro EMBRACE study, looking at image-guided adaptive brachytherapy with combined intercavitary and interstitial technique, improving the therapeutic ratio in locally advanced cervical cancer, noting that in those tumors that the HRCTV was greater than 30 centimeters, the probability of local control was markedly increased by using the interstitial brachytherapy needles. Again, more data showing clinical outcomes in local control using these intercavitary interstitial combinations when appropriate, noting excellent local control, more than historical controls, and reasonable grade 3-4 late toxicity rates. So if you have needles in your brachytherapy program, in your image-guided brachytherapy, We do use different dose constraints. We try to get, with no needles, we try to get an HRCDV dose of greater than 85, with a bladder 2 cc dose of less than 90, rectum and sigmoid and rectovaginal points of less than 75. But with needles, as I described in our previous publication, we can not only try to increase the dose given to the tumor, but reduce the doses to normal tissues, which is what we're all obviously trying to do. So what's the cost? This is from our analysis too, and if you look at the way we do things, we actually think that the cost for MRI-based brachytherapy was actually less than CT-based brachytherapy with conscious sedation or deep sedation. So creative ways to incorporate MRI. I won't go through this, but we have a very difficult system where we have to move the patient from the inpatient unit to the outpatient unit with an ambulance ride, get images in the hospital. The whole point of this is, despite the difficulties with our workflow, and this is the publication where we talk about our workflow, despite all this, I think our outcomes are significantly better, and it is probably worth the effort. So if brachytherapy were easy, then everyone would do it, so try to make it easy. So that's what we try to do, is try to make this as easy as possible, despite how complicated that flowchart looks. So in conclusion, MRI has significant value in cervical brachytherapy. The GAC shows led to principles of MR-based brachytherapy. Periaxial, periconal, perisagittal oriented T2 are the foundation. Understand your uncertainties of image-based brachy and work within the framework of your program to choose. MRI-based brachytherapy yields excellent local control and favorable toxicity profiles. Use of advanced applicators with MRI can further reduce the toxicity and optimize use of target dose escalation to improve local control. You could choose the treatment aims and methods of incorporating MRI that suit your resources, but if you can do it, I do think it's a great way to do image-guided brachytherapy. So I'm going to touch briefly for my last few minutes on medically unresectable endometrial cancer. At least in the U.S., I think this is becoming more of an issue. So background, endometrial cancer is the most common gynecological malignancy in developed countries. Surgical treatment and staging, plus minus pelvic and parotid node assessment is a standard treatment. And adjuvant therapy, this outside the realms of this talk, but obviously consists of radiation, chemotherapy, both or neither. So medical inoperable endometrial cancer is rare but important and curable but challenging clinical scenario. Medical comorbidities, obesity, advanced age, relative contraindications to anesthesia. Determined should be made by a gynecological oncologist. Variations of the prevalence of this vary between 3.5% to 9%. Definitive radiation therapy can be considered as a curative management. Progesterone therapy can be considered as well and may be considered to bridge a patient with comorbidities of surgery. This is a historical series of low-dose rate plus or minus external beam radiation in treating medically inoperable endometrial cancer with a disease-free survival of 60 to 80%. HDR, the disease-free and disease-specific survival, seems to have increased, suggesting that the use of external beam in HDR may be better than the traditional low-dose rate implants. We did do a consensus statement, which I think is still relevant. This was published in 2015 from the ABS. The purpose of the consensus statement from the American Brachytherapy Society was to summarize recent advances and to generate general guidelines for the management of medically inoperable endometrial cancer patients with radiation therapy. So, general considerations: reevaluate the patient at tertiary referral center before you decide that they're medically inoperable, because obviously surgery is the ideal form of therapy. Consider hormonal therapy if you can bridge to, as it may be possible after resolution or improvement of temporary comorbid conditions. Obviously do a good gynecological exam, CT or MRI, CT to assess lymph nodes and distant metastases, MRI to assess the local extent of disease and lymph nodes. It's ideal to rule out deep myometrial invasion, especially if you're going to do brachy alone. And then PET-CT, as you know, may have superior specificity for lymph node disease. The applicators: tandem and cylinder, tandem and ovoids, Rott Y applicator, universal endometrial applicator, Simon Hayman capsules. In general, you pick the applicator based on the uterine anatomy. In general, larger uterus require more intrauterine sources and 3D imaging with each application. Target volumes, somewhat similar to what we discussed with cervical. The GTV is defined on the T2 weighted MRI. The CTV includes the uterus, cervix, and the upper 1 to 2 centimeters of vagina, and the organs of risk we're all familiar with. And again, this is some pictures of GTV and CTV in a medically inoperable endometrial cancer. The target volumes, if you're using for CTV for stage 1 disease, when you're using brachytherapy alone, a guide as an EQ2D dose of greater than 48 gray with brachy alone and greater than 65 with external beam and brachytherapy. GTV is trying to get a D90 greater than 80 gray and encourage prioritization of organs at risk limits over target volumes, because obviously these patients who cannot get surgery would be at significant risk if they have a life-threatening toxicity. Point-based systems for institutions without imaging-based capabilities. I won't talk too much about that. These are some guidelines, and again, I won't go into these in specifics. But if you look at the publication, it goes over different dose fractionations, anywhere from 6 times 6 to 5 times 9 to 10 for total brachytherapy dose and EQ2D grades 2. With deep myomutual invasion, most of us would add external beam radiation. And again, these are our suggested guidelines for getting D90 GTV doses in the 80 to 90% range and the CTV in the 65 to 75 gray range. Stage 2, somewhat similar dosing. And stage 3, somewhat similar dosing. So just briefly touching on that, I think medically inoperable endometrial cancer is a challenging clinical scenario which should be evaluated by an experienced gynec and treated at an experienced center. Survival is superior with the incorporation of brachytherapy over external beam radiation alone. Image-based brachytherapy shows excellent local control, and MRI should be performed whenever possible. The ABS consensus recommendation for guidance on assessment, workup, treatment, and follow-up. Further work is needed on delineation of target volumes, GTV on MRI or tumor-defined CTV, dose response, and greater homogeneity of treatment approaches. I would say in my own experience, I really do focus on trying to get the GTV dose to what I think is tumoricidal, and often cannot meet the dose to the CTV that I would like without significant over-treating the organs at risk. So thank you. I wish I could take questions. I hope that was helpful. I, again, really appreciate being part of this and wish I was there in person. Have a great rest of the day. So we have just 3 issues. So please use your phones and take a shot of the QR codes. There you'll find 3 clinical cases. So, and please follow that QR code and go to the survey. So there you will find the questions and 4 answers, in which you have to pick one. Yes, just use your camera. So we just have to press the button with the answer that we find the right one. Yes. And you have all the questions below. So just go to the info.
So now we will sum up. There will be results of the survey. So now we have questions. Now we have time for questions. So you can ask any questions, maybe not on the topics. Maybe you have some questions for the physics, maybe some other questions. Please don't be shy. We encourage you to ask questions. Okay, so we can drop up. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming here. So we've had really very intensive day without a break. So I think that all the presentations were interesting because the lections were selected to fit your level of knowledge, because you're all very developed, and you know what that MRI are, so you know what's like the difference. And I'm very, very pleased that you already have those knowledge where we can talk professionally, So just as we would talk to our European colleagues, you understand the topic well, and I think it is a big step forward for Kazakhstan as such and for the professionals. And you've received the information about the new technology that's advancing, and I'm very pleased that I have my profession and that you have this profession, because there are wonderful discoveries waiting for us. The flash therapy, hypothermia, that actually make the effect even better. So maybe surgeons will be left without a job. I'm joking, but it's really, really good that we have this profession. We live in the age of technology, but it's not that technology rules us, it's that we rule the technology. And what's more important, so we need to make it accessible for the patient, so that each patient can choose what fits him or her. And we need a pool of equipment. I think you will progress to that, not now, but maybe within a 5-year period. You'll be all well equipped.
And the most important is to have joint collaboration, radiologists, pathological anatomists, and we should have the exact information from all of them. And we should be sure which dose to choose and scope of treatment to choose. The tumor boards are absolutely necessary to be done. And I hope that other specialists like surgeons and medical oncologists should treat us equally, because we are as well important, because the radiation oncologist is on the top of all the specialties, because we know the indications for radiation therapy, but oncologists, they never know the indications, but we know everything. We cover everything because we work with the science. This is great for you, residents, that you have chosen this specialty. And it's good for you to work in this direction. And I'm sure if you grow and develop yourself, if you never stop at the same level, but in case you have hunger for knowledge, and each 6 months, every time there is something new appears, then you would feel happy working in this area. And every time you feel it in quality, your patients will be satisfied and you feel joy with your work. Thank you very much for you to be on that way in a big family. Us being radiation oncologists, this is the correct name for our profession. It sounds great, and we should be proud of that. Thank you.
Next, we will tell you how to use this application and what features it provides. The application is available for download in the App Store and Google Play Market. To use the application, you need to complete the registration procedure. In the window that opens, you need to enter your registration data, such as email address, mobile phone, last name and first name, city, organization, and position. For security purposes, you must create your own unique password containing at least 9 characters. After registering, you will be taken to the main page of the application, which consists of the following sections: upcoming conferences, past conferences, and the other resources section. In order to take part in the upcoming conference, you need to click on the banner you are interested in, and in the window that opens, confirm your participation by clicking the Participate button. If you closed the registration offer and later decided to join the conference, then when you click on the conference banner again, you need to click on the button with the heart in the upper right corner of the screen. By going to the conference you are interested in, you can see the list of speakers and event organizers, as well as find out of the number of participants. In the speakers section, you can find out date and time of the speech of the specialist you are interested in. You can get acquainted with the conference program when choosing the day of the conference and specific hall. Also, by clicking on the video camera icon, you can go to the online broadcast of the selected hall. When you return to the main page, at the bottom of the screen you will see a set of icons which we will discuss in more detail. In the icon with hearts, you will find a list of conferences in which you are already participating. After clicking on the conference window, you will see a section with a personal QR code by which you can attend the conference in person. In the icon with Doctor, you can find the necessary specialist, information about him, and contact him in a way convenient for you, via instant messengers, social networks, email, or by phone number. In the icon with Document, there is a current news feed. By clicking on the profile icon, you will enter your personal account, where you can add or edit information about yourself, which will be displayed when searching for your profile in the specialist section. Here you can edit profile photos, links to social networks and instant messengers, as well as block access to them. In the profile section, you will be able to change the language and the ability to delete your account. CS application version is updated automatically. Turn on the auto-update feature in your mobile phone settings. We hope that this information was useful for you and the experience of using our application will be simple and convenient for you. Thank you for your attention.